Unmute. Okay,
Oh,
this will help.
Terrence is there.
Here's video. Okay, we're getting back to
Who's the person who isn't identified?
iPhone.
Is that, no, the one right under you? You look at this,
This one right here.
yeah.
I don't know. This one, first one right here. I don't know. Okay, Rosanna. So Rosanna, okay, Rosanna's muted, but hopefully Rosanna's got everything. Rosanna, I just started the meeting and forgot to unmute myself, so we've already started the meeting.
Okay, did you make a motion or did you just open it?
We just opened it.
Okay.
Okay. We would like to, and we said our pledge, and so we are going to do our statement. I guess,
I'd like
Kate,
to read it this time.
would you please? I would
I
appreciate
shall.
that.
This is the town of New Paltz Indigenous Land and Black Labor Acknowledgement. The town of New Paltz humbly acknowledges that we are on the traditional lands of the Munsee, the Esopus, and the Lenape people. The Indian Removal Act of 1830 forced the people to relocate to inhospitable territory far from the bountiful valley and mountains we inhabit today. The town further acknowledges that much of the physical structure of our town and village was built by enslaved Africans who labored as the property of their owners until 1827 on this very land. We acknowledge the contributions, resilience, and accomplishments of the BIPOC community who have overcome historic injustice to inform our past and inspire our future. Please visit the resource library on our website to learn more.
Okay. We will wait until we see if our poet laureate joins us momentarily.
Don't see her there.
I
I
don't.
can text her and see.
Okay. In the meantime, I'm going to go back because a few people have come in. Is there anyone here for the public hearing for the senior citizens tax exemption code revision? Is there anyone on Zoom who's here for the public hearing? Raise your hand, please. Okay, doesn't look like it. All
Kate's
right.
gonna sign in about 7:10.
Okie dokie. So we can go to Glenn, do you need more than 10 minutes?
No, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
No, I can get through the presentation certainly in 10 minutes, and then, any questions of course, but yeah, I can speed through it.
Okay, do you need for me to let you share? Do you need to show your slides?
I do, yeah, if
Okay,
that's possible.
well, we're gonna
Before you
see.
start, is this the CCA presentation?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay, that's not what I meant to do. I think I have to make him a co-host. Oh, boy. Oops, there's Susan. Let her in. Trying to figure out how to make him a co-host. Rosanna, any suggestions on how I make him a co-host?
I'm not sure how to do that.
Well, it should come from share.
Well, it doesn't.
Okay, let's,
Here we go. Allow participants to share screen. Okay, do I have to pick one? It's not letting me do it. Share sound, share options. Well, that's disappointing.
anybody here have expertise in how to share a screen?
I think once you allow him to share the screen, you better share button on the bottom of his screen.
Do you see a green share button on the bottom of your screen, Glenn?
Yeah, I think it's actually letting me. Let me just make sure.
Oh, how exciting.
Yeah, this is okay. So that should be it.
Oh, very good. Excellent. We've got it.
Oh, you're seeing it. Okay, cool.
I'll try to make it as big as I can. Nope, that was wrong. You can make it as big as you can.
Yeah, I put it into slideshow mode. Is it taking up the whole box now?
No, because I did something else.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh,
why are you,
I'm trying to get it back.
wait, you hit the minimize button.
I know, now it's, okay, that's the best I can do.
Okay.
How does it look? Because I'm not able
Can y'all
to.
see it up here okay? Do you want us to turn the screen a
I
little bit?
have it on my screen.
Everybody can see it. Okay.
Maybe we should turn it.
Okay.
If I may, if I close the white box on the right, it'll get a little more screen, on the screen.
This one?
X.
Does that help?
Okay.
All right, now hopefully everybody can see. Very good. All right. Okay, Glenn, take it away.
Sure. Is that better or is this better?
Oh, it's like the eye test.
One or two?
Yeah, I can't really,
They're the
It's
same.
it's, yeah, it's the
Okay.
same.
Okay. Cool. So thank you for having me in this evening. I'm not sure I've met all of you. My name is Glenn Weinberg. I'm with Jewel Community Power. I'm here this evening to speak about the process and timeline for the renewal of the Community Choice Aggregation, or CCA, electricity supply program that the town has been running for the past several years. And specifically tonight, we're here to talk about the approval of a memorandum of understanding that is basically a pre-approval of the contract for the program, as well as some important pricing benchmarks. I'll talk about all the details of that in just a moment, but just to sort of set the high level agenda for the presentation tonight. And I'll move quickly because I've got now 9 minutes. So again, Jewel Community Power, we're a municipal energy consultant. We've been the town's energy consultant and CCA program manager for about 5 years, since 2019. New Paltz joined the Hudson Valley Community Power Program, which we're here to talk about tonight, about 4 years ago in 2021. Jewel represents 60 municipalities throughout New York State, over 800,000 New Yorkers. We've helped New York customers purchase more than 2 million megawatt hours of renewable electricity and have avoided over 250,000 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions. We really specialize in renewable energy purchasing and supporting customers and communities to purchase renewably at fair and often fixed, stabilized pricing. So just a very quick recap on community choice aggregation itself. I'll also use the acronym CCA, if you hear me say that. It's a New York State policy that enables municipalities, so cities, towns, and villages in New York State, to determine their default energy offerings on behalf of their residents and small businesses. So whereas today or pre-CCA in the town, the default energy supplier would be Central Hudson, as well as Central Hudson is also the distribution utility, of course. But Central Hudson can only offer a monthly variable rate and a non-renewable electricity supply product. So CCA allows the town to sort of take control of that process. And through collective buying, both by pooling the energy demand of all your residents and small businesses, as well as joining, in this case, with 14 other municipalities that are in Central Hudson territory throughout the Hudson Valley. You can go out to bid and create a competitive environment amongst the electric suppliers to bid on your business and to get the best price, and also to dictate the terms. So we can say we want a 100% renewable product, a 50% renewable product. Here are the term lengths we're interested in, et cetera, et cetera. So New York State has supported CCA since 2015. Because it can help people save money, it supports renewable generation, and because of that sort of inverting the power dynamic in this sort of energy process, it gives you the power to bring the contract to the table and to dictate the terms of the deal, increasing the customer protection. Very quickly, CCA is a growing program here in New York State. And just to look at some of the downstate programs here in the Hudson Valley, we launched with 6 municipalities. We now have 16. Similar growth in Westchester and in Orange and Rockland that have grown by, in some cases, by 50% or more, as in the Hudson Valley. CCA is a key policy driver for New York State's CLCPA, or the climate law, which mandates that we as a state get to 70% renewable electricity by 2030. It's important to note that we are well behind that curve to get there, to reach our goal, but CCA has held up our end of the bargain and has grown significantly since it launched almost 10 years ago now. A little bit about the RFP for the Hudson Valley Community Program, which the town is a part of. We issued it a couple of weeks ago at the end of January to pre-qualified electricity suppliers. And really what we do when we put these RFPs out is we want to see as much data as we can. We really want a wide range of bids and offers from the supplier so that we can consider those, everything sort of available to us, and then kind of refine that down to what we think are the most compelling offers, and give really strong recommendations back to the communities before you make your decision. But we want to really see everything that the suppliers have to offer. So we ask for multiple term lengths, anywhere from 1 year to 5 years. In this case, we're also allowing an extension offer, should that be interesting for us, meaning that Direct Energy, who is the current supplier, the contract that is active right now, that is expiring at the end of June and hopefully renewing at the beginning of July, we're also allowing them to come back and give us offers to extend that contract further, to see if that's interesting for us, which in today's volatile energy market might be a compelling direction for us, but we'll wait to see if that materializes. Multiple product types, as I mentioned, we asked for 100% renewable, 50% renewable, and then a conventional or standard supply, which is a non-renewable product. It's similar to Central Hudson. It's got a minimum amount of renewables, but no enhanced renewables. We also asked for multiple rate types, both fixed and variable. We've always had a fixed rate here in the Hudson Valley. I would expect that to continue, but nonetheless, we allow variable rate bids. And again, this is for a July 1 renewal and or short-term extension, depending on how we decide to go. Quickly on the timeline, again, we issued in January the MOU, which we're here to discuss tonight. We asked you return that by the 13th, but you're discussing it tonight, so that should not be any issue. We'll get final bids and final pricing back the following week on the 19th. So by then we will have all that pricing. We will have a pricing webinar conference call that day with all the communities participating. At that time, I'll share that pricing and our recommendations for moving forward or not. So if we're not seeing compelling pricing to move forward, we will make a recommendation to wait and try again in a few months. It's something we commonly do when we're not seeing pricing, and often that is the case when in periods when the market is in a moment of particular volatility. I'll discuss that in a minute, but we are seeing some real volatility in the market right now. There's a number of different, both weather related and also, for instance, the Canadian tariffs have an impact on New York energy prices. So we're seeing a little bit of flux in the market. So just as a sort of heads up, but if we're able to get pricing that we think is really competitive and attractive, we will make a recommendation to go ahead. Just right then on the 19th, the deadline to go ahead is the 20th. And if we do award at that time, everybody in town every eligible customer in town will get a letter in the mail describing the program, the rates, their options, all that, including, and most importantly, how to opt out or not participate should they choose to. And any customer can do that both during that opt-out period and any time thereafter with no fee or penalty. And they can do so in 3 ways. They can call us They can go online and fill out a form, just takes a couple of minutes, or they can, in that letter, there's actually a prepaid postcard that they can just simply send back in the mail. And all of those will opt them out, so they don't have to participate. And it's also worth mentioning that anybody that's opted out of previous contracts, previous programs, rounds, will not get a letter. So once you opt out once, that's sort of like a permanent decision. Of course, you can choose to opt in at any time as well, but you won't be automatically enrolled once you've opted out of any previous contract. The MOU itself, again, this is a pre-approval. It is not a binding document unto itself. So the decision tonight is not the final decision, but it is an important time to take with the board together to discuss the terms of the potential agreement, as well as the price caps or pricing benchmarks that are in there. And then there's one important decision in there, which is which renewable option you'd like to set as your default, whether it be 100% renewable or 50% renewable. It's important to note that any individual customer has the right to choose amongst them or to leave the program altogether. But the town is responsible for selecting which one is the default. So if folks do not take any kind of proactive choice, they will be automatically enrolled in the default product. So that's your decision. I will say that we are at this time recommending the blended or 50% renewable as the default. And so far, all of the municipalities that I visited with to discuss this MOU so far have selected the blended or 50%, but it is up to you, and you can, it's your choice alone. The pricing benchmarks themselves have different sort of derivations depending on whether it's the conventional price, in which case it's a New York State mandate that benchmark be derived from the last 12 months of Central Hudson's rate. For the renewable products, that same requirement does not exist. So we use a more apples to apples comparison, and that is the lowest offer that an individual customer would get should they go out and shop for a comparable product. In this case, a 12-month fixed rate, no exit fee, renewable offering of either 50% or 100%. And you'll see what those numbers are in just a moment. And again, this is only binding. This is not binding unto itself. So you can go ahead with this MOU and then choose not to participate later. It is only binding upon final written approval from you once we get executable pricing on the 19th. Should that meet your criteria, then you would give us written approval on that day to go ahead. But this is really the last opportunity for the board to get together and discuss it as a group. I'm going to skip that slide just for the sake of time for the moment, but I can send these slides along, of course. This is a look at Central Hudson's monthly variable
So
price.
Glenn,
Yes. Mhm.
we're only seeing your very first slide.
You're kidding.
No, I guess you have to share them as you switch them. Aha.
Ooh.
Okay, very good.
Oh, now you're seeing it?
Now,
Oh, so you haven't seen any of these, huh?
no,
Oh man. Okay. Well, I'll send these along later, but I have been covering quite a bit of these slides, not to go back, but you'll
No,
have
that's
them.
yeah.
You'll have them certainly as reference points, but I can cycle through them quickly. But I'm on this slide here, which shows the monthly variable rate. I was in slideshow mode, and I guess it wasn't following along. So now I've exited slideshow mode, and now I guess you're seeing them. So this shows the monthly rate historically, the last 3 years for Central Hudson. And you can see it's quite erratic month to month, very unpredictable. We expect February tends to be a pretty high month for Central Hudson. You can see February of 22, for instance, was up to 22 cents. That's astronomical. And then you see kind of later in that that spring it dropped down to close to 4 cents. So it's very unpredictable. We're awaiting the February rate. We expect it to be pretty high based on a number of factors, but not the least of which weather. But really what I want to show you on this slide is the comparison. That orange line is the indicative price that we've received from prospective CCA bidders. So not the final price, but indicatively, that is sort of pre-RFP, where we expect the price to be when for a non-renewable product, around 10 cents. Incidentally, it's very close to what the current rate is. I believe the current rate for the CCA program for a non-renewable product is just under 10 cents. Indicatively, we're seeing now just over 10 cents. But what I want to illustrate here is that you'll see that historically speaking, about half the time Central Hudson is higher, about half the time the CCA rate is going to be higher. And that's kind of true historically as well. Over the last year, you'll notice that Central Hudson rates have been lower than where the CCA rate has been. Previous contract before that, it was mostly higher. You can see people saved a lot of money then. This existing contract, current contract, has not performed as well. But over time, the CCA rate tends to be very competitive and very comparable to the Central Hudson rate. Dig a little bit more into the indicative pricing, again, not final, but that we're seeing the 12-month average for Central Hudson over in 2024 is just under 9 cents, 8.7. Again, we're seeing more like 10 cents. What New York State says, and this is not a CCA rule, it's a New York State all for all energy customers in New York State. If that number, if the number from an alternate supplier exceeds the last 12 months of the utility rate plus 5%, you may not offer it. So right now, if prices stay the same, we're not going to have a standard or conventional rate for this contract, right? Because we're at 10 cents and that rate is just under 9 cents. So it would be a renewable, and this is just an important thing to keep in mind as we go forward. This contract coming up would be a renewable only contract. Now, that being said, if you look over on the right-hand side of this chart and compare those numbers in the second row to the numbers below it in the third row, what you'll notice is that the CCA does tend to offer good value against what the lowest offer an individual customer can get on their own. And that's really the barometer that we use to evaluate the renewable pricing. So right now, those prices are beneath the benchmarks, but for conventional, indicatively, the pricing for the CCA is above the Central Hudson benchmark. I'm going to move forward just because I know we're pressed for time, but I'm happy to dig into that if anybody has questions. The next steps, and I don't know if you're seeing this whole slide.
Yep.
The next steps here, again, return the signed MOU on or before the 13th. Hopefully you'll approve that this evening and get that back. Again, we're looking into not only fielding offers for a new contract, but also the possibility of a short-term contract extension. So we're in discussions with the current supplier, Direct Energy, to see if that's a possibility. And again, given the volatility in the market, that may very well be an interesting option for you. So I'll have much more information about that in the next few days. And then again, we'll have a webinar or a conference call on the 19th of February to discuss pricing and our recommendations. And I'll leave it there and happy to stay on if there are additional questions.
I have one question for you, Glenn. When you
Sure.
say 50% renewable, is that 50% New York State renewable, 50% some other renewable, or is it 50% somebody renewable and 50% yucky brown stuff?
The first one, so 50%, 50% New York State renewable and 50% out of state renewable.
Okay.
I have to say, this is the disclaimer I must say, that New York State does not allow us to make a claim that product is 100% renewable. New York State only recognizes their own renewables. It's the only state that does it, but nevertheless, that's an important caveat here, but the other 50% of the power is covered by out of state, mostly wind from the Midwest. So both sides are covered as far as renewable. No pure yucky brown in that.
Okay. Does anybody on the board have some questions for
I
him?
just want to make sure I understand what he was just saying. Was that if we were to do the 100% renewable?
It's all New York State renewable. If it's 50-50, it's half New York State renewable and half some
The
other place
Choices
renewable.
we're gonna make between whether we're gonna have it be 50% renewable or 100% renewable.
It's whether you want it all from New York State or you're willing to take some renewable from out of state. But it's still renewable. It's not yucky brown stuff.
So it is 100% renewable
Yeah.
then.
But they're not guaranteeing it because in New York State, they won't allow you to say it absolutely is 100% renewable.
Yeah, it's confusing and counterintuitive. It's a New York State rule. It is, as you mentioned, it's a restriction on the claim you can make. But as far as the sourcing itself, the 100%, again, exactly right. The 100% is all from New York State. The 50% or blended rate is 50% from New York State, 50% from out of state renewables.
But it's renewable. It's not from coal or propane. It's from renewable sources. out of
Yeah,
state.
primarily wind.
When we choose 50, if we choose, because I think currently it's 50%.
Yep.
So are we getting 50% renewable and 50% brown stuff?
No,
It's
no, no.
It's still just that, it's about the clone.
Right. It's just that New York State won't let anyone else say they're all renewable except themselves. So if someone else in, Texas, where there's big wind farms, says it's renewable, New York State is saying, we don't care what you say. We didn't certify it.
So Glenn, I have one question.
Sure.
The last time we did this, a lot of people felt they would rather opt in than opt out. Is it possible to do it that way?
It's not. So this,
Okay,
I mean, any customer can shop on their own and opt in that way and choose. But as far as community choice aggregation in New York State, it's by definition an opt-out program.
okay.
It's got to be a massive buyers club to help them, to have their power to negotiate
Okay.
these rates. Anybody else have questions? Okay, thank you so much, Glenn. We really appreciate it. And we will definitely take care of this MOU. We need to take care of some other business before we get back to it, so.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. And I just would be remiss if I did not mention the fish mug in front of me before I jumped off. So
Wow,
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, so everybody see
I
it?
babysat for the dog while he was at the fish concert.
It looks
That's
like a
nice.
crab.
I have never been to a fish concert.
oh, so
I
that was your compensation
swag.
for babysitting the dog.
Exactly.
Oh,
You
that's a
didn't
good one.
go to Cancun and see the fish
No, I
concert.
did
Okay.
not.
All right. Thank you very much. So much.
All right. Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Sure. Bye.
Oh,
So,
so Julie can't see the screen.
okay, I'll turn it back. Oh. Julie. Okay. Well, now, we're gonna do more talking stuff. We'll turn it back.
I can see it.
You can see it?
Oh, I
Okay.
thought you were saying,
All right.
No, I can see it.
oh, okay.
Okay, so we have with us a very special guest
Well,
this
can
evening.
we need to get her here.
When she talks, well, you know what? There's a way to do that, right? It's the view that we,
Right, you X'd out your sidebar, so we need to bring that
so I can do
back.
it like this. So this is what it'll do, the speaker. So right now it thinks it's Rosanna. Okay, so we have a very special guest with us tonight. And
But we can't see her.
we will when she starts talking, then it'll go big, the speaker, okay? There's never been a more urgent time for our community and our nation to stand in solidarity with our Black community. Diversity, equity, and inclusion and our basic civil rights are under attack in too many institutions, but not here, not in New Paltz. I am proud to introduce Kate Himes, Poet Laureate, scholar, activist, and tonight's special guest as we recognize the beginning of Black History Month. And Miss Himes, I believe you'd like to read your poem for us?
Yes,
There
thank you.
she-
Yeah. Thank you for the invitation to come and read this poem. This poem is an older poem, but it has risen to the surface unexpectedly this past month. So I will be reading this with you or to you. Oh, one other thing. I am the 2024 Ulster County Poet Laureate. As of the end of January, there is a 2025 Ulster County Poet Laureate.
Okay,
Okay?
thanks for letting us know that.
Yeah. Okay. The seminar. Iron shackles clanked onto the table, placed among books and papers, rough metal, smothered musings, silenced, pen scratching for understanding. Iron gave weight to studied words about whips and chains and runaways. Bulk made light the pursuit of metaphor and simile. Passed from hand to hand, each left and right, a balance pan lifting the shackles up and down to gauge their heft. Fingers rubbed the biting metal. Touch taught what words could not, how the soul wears raw, a perpetual caravan of red and ragged flesh moves confined through time and space. Oh, there's more to this poem than I'm seeing currently. Just a second.
There's.
We have a little more.
we have
Yeah, there is more because the copy I brought up is incomplete. Okay. Let me see if I can find, because I saw your site. Just excuse me for a moment.
On our agenda, if you want to find it there.
You can open the agenda, Kate. It's on
Okay,
the full thing.
okay, I will do that. Let me see. And I know I opened your agenda somewhere. Because I remember seeing it. Oh, here it is. No, that's not the agenda. Oh, okay, I'm going to go back in this way.
Just send it to you.
My apologies.
Okay,
Okay, and given all of this, if you don't mind, there it is. I'll start from the beginning.
Okay.
You okay?
Yes.
The seminar. Iron shackles clanked onto the table, placed among books and papers, rough metal, smothered musings, silenced, pen scratching for understanding. Iron gave weight to studied words about whips and chains and runaways. Bulk made light pursuit of metaphor and simile, passed from hand to hand, each left and right, a balance pan lifting the shackles up and down to gauge their heft. Fingers rubbed the biting metal. Touch taught what words could not, how the soul wears raw. A perpetual caravan of red and ragged flesh moves confined through time and space. Shuffle aboard slave ships, stumble in coffles sold deep south, shamble in chain gangs along dusty roads, step aboard downstate buses for upstate prisons.
thank
So-
you very much.
Thank you,
That
Kate.
was-
Powerful, powerful poem.
Yeah,
And it's on our website, and we hope that people will come back and read it again for themselves.
thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you for the invitation to read it for you. And yeah, and thank you to Kristen for doing the legwork to be among the people who made it resurface.
Well, I've always been an admirer of your work, and you're quite a historian as well.
For sure.
So if you really want to learn some more about the Black history of New Paltz, look up Kate Hines the Cox Connection. It's an incredible piece of local history.
That's right.
So, thank you, Kate.
And there's a lot more where that came from. Because what I will also share with you is I am vice president of the Margaret Wade Lewis Center and also chair of this history committee. So we have been diligently collecting and researching information about the Black presence here in New Paltz. Oh, and as a matter of fact, there are two events coming up. One is a virtual talk on February 19th that is sponsored by Historic Huguenot Street and the Mark MWL Center. And you can find the link for that at Historic Huguenot Street for that discussion. And then on February 22nd, with the snow date of the following Saturday, the Margaret Wade Lewis Center and the Historic Huguenot Street will be hosting a commemorative ceremony to recognize the installation of witness stones. I won't go into a long history about what that is, but witness stones have been placed on Historic Huguenot Street for the earliest identified Africans who were purchased by a New Paltz patentee, Louis Du Bois. And so you can learn more about their story. So it'll be the 22nd, yes, Saturday, the 27th at 11 o'clock on Huguenot Street.
We will ask our clerk or assistant to send out an e-alert about those dates. So
Right.
Oh.
more-
Thank you.
Thank you, okay.
Okay, then. Good night. Enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
for joining us.
Bye. Okay, so now I'm to the part where we do the approval of the agenda unless anyone had any additions to it. I have shuffled around the orders quite a bit, so just making sure that's okay. Did anybody have any changes or additions to the agenda?
Mm.
Okay, so now we get into some business.
Still need to approve it with a vote.
What, to approve it? Oh, you're right. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second,
Thank you. So that was Julie and Edgar. Oh, Julie joined us, Rosanna, at 7:10 PM. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thanks. Okay, next I would like to ask Mr. Coleman,
Oh, wait,
what just got moved around, darling.
so, oh, I thought we were interviewing Josiah, okay.
We're doing stuff in a certain new order. Okay. Okay, so would you like to join us up here? Oh, we need a couple more chairs, dude. Can somebody grab a chair?
I don't mind standing, but
Okay, well, whatever you would like.
Oops.
There's-
this is item 4 now, planning session.
This is
Autos by Joseph.
yes, it's item 6.
Oh,
Item
okay.
6.
Good evening, Christopher Coleman, I'm counsel for Autos by Joseph. Autos by Joseph is a towing company situated in Highland, which was invited to join the tow in New Paltz by former police chief Robert Casey, I think 3 winters ago. Recently, for reasons,
Okay, why is the owl not picking them up? I'm sorry, I'm just making sure that,
Why is the
I
owl?
don't know.
Uh-oh. That's fine. Did I turn it on? Why is it not picking up Mr. Coleman?
Good question.
It's certainly in a different spot today.
Well, I just moved it, so I'm very sorry.
Oh, you're in speaker queue.
Yeah, and he's
Let's
speaking, so that should
disconnect.
work.
Is it done?
you hear my voice? Is that working better?
Rosanna, can you see or hear Mr. Coleman?
Yes, I can.
You can see him?
I can see him.
You can hear me?
Okay,
can-
well,
Okay,
okay, very
Good
good.
enough.
Sorry.
Recently, a directive, as we understand it, was given, I believe, by Supervisor Gatto to.
Actually, it was in our reorg organization, so it's given by the board.
the board apparently directed the police chief to notify my client that he and other towers who are not situated within the town of New Paltz, that they would be removed from the tow list.
Mhm.
And under the toll law, we're minimally offered the opportunity to get an explanation as to why that decision was made. I did submit a letter, copy of which I think I excerpted, I sent to Mr. Moriello back when he was a town attorney, I think, again, 3 years ago, outlining the same concerns that apparently arisen here. So really, I'm here tonight to hear the explanation from the board and hopefully convince the board that the decision was made in error and that we can rectify that situation.
Okay, very good. So y'all remember the reorg?
Mhm.
You remember it was voluminous, right? There was lots and lots of stuff in it. But it so happens in this particular part of the towing list, it was brought to our attention in our town code. It says that that businesses on the towing list should have a storage spot within New Paltz and should have a DMV registered shop in New Paltz. So that meant that there are 3 businesses that meet that requirement. So we complied with the code, and that's how this happened. Now, I understand there's also other requirements. It doesn't mean that those 3 are the only businesses that can be called, but they rotate. But if they don't answer within 10 rings of the phone, they go to someone else. If they can't respond within 20 minutes, they go to someone else. So that's, I think we need to understand, and Mr. Moriello helped me with this, is that there is an aspect for towing that includes public safety by getting, disabled vehicles off the roads as quickly as possible. And that a 20-minute response is very, is a good requirement, but that if you're located in Highland, you could still meet that 20-minute response. So we understand that, and our code didn't understand that. So it's not certainly can revisit it if it makes sense.
Well, I think what happened a few years ago, I know the code provisions, and I understand the code was passed. The problem is that the code provisions we're speaking about, which is that the towing companies must be located within the town of New Paltz, must have a DMV shop registration, and must have indoor and outdoor storage in the town of New Paltz. None of those are what are called safety related concerns. And there's a federal statute, the FAAAA, passed in 1995, which provided that with respect to central towing, a town, no municipality can implement laws that run afoul of that. So in this situation, you've got 3 laws that don't relate to safety. I know they're in the town code, and what we did a few years ago was there was an understanding that the code, that although there was no appetite, I think, for changing the code, but that the town understood that those provisions would not be enforced, and that worked. And it didn't cause us to bring any litigation. It was not a problem. And I believe that the original impetus was, I think it was again over 3 years ago, there was a large storm coming. The towers located solely in the town, the police were concerned, I think the highway department as well, that there wouldn't be enough capacity. And they needed to reach out, and that worked. And I believe that's worked for the last couple of years. So I'm not sure what the impetus was here, but I know that highway superintendent's here. And perhaps the board may want to speak to the highway superintendent and the chief of police, because I know New Paltz does have a lot of concern of getting cars towed timely and especially during storms, which is why we were invited to be in the tow list in the first place. So if the board would simply readopt its policy of not enforcing those offensive provisions, that would suffice. If the board wishes to modify its tow law, it's certainly within the board's discretion. But with respect to those provisions, we don't believe they're enforceable because of federal and state constitutional concerns in the federal law.
Okay, so I have more of a problem not enforcing my code than changing my code. So, but I would like, Joe, would you like to give us any words of wisdom here?
Well, actually, I think Coleman has prefaced it pretty well. I think generally the idea is that a town's towing list, local law, if you will, it gets the authority to create such a thing because there has to be some nexus to public safety. In this case, I think the argument is that cars that are disabled or abandoned on the highway, maybe for cars after an accident, present a safety problem, a public safety problem, they have to be removed. That call is generally made by the police department. And it's for that safety reason that towns have elected to create a tow list where towers are called in order of appearance, if you will, and they respond to those kind of tows. I would say Amanda is correct. Generally speaking, from a legal perspective, the tow company can respond within 20 minutes. That has generally been an acceptable time frame for a tower to be able to be at the scene after receiving the call. And a lot of the laws are structured that way. The point that I think this particular operator is making is that a tow list that restricts itself solely to towers in the town's geographical area without regard to the ability for other towers to be able to respond to calls within a 20-minute time frame fails because there is no nexus to public safety for that reason. It protects local towers, true, but it doesn't allow others to be on a list who can respond and do the same thing that any other tower does for the safety situation. Mr. Coleman, I don't need to speak.
No, I think that's entirely right. And I want to make clear, we're not objecting to the 20-minute time frame. That's a perfectly reasonable requirement. But respectfully, the town cannot discriminate against out-of-town towers. They can meet the 20-minute requirement, then they should be allowed to operate just as the town shouldn't regulate retail establishments to be owned solely by in-town owners. It's a discriminatory, to do this would be a discriminatory application of a law that violates the federal and state constitution and the FAA, which I mentioned earlier. The fact that the towers can get to the site and get back is what controls. That's a reasonable safety condition that the town can use. But to say it's strictly limited to people within the town, regardless of what the distances are, what the timeframes are, is just discriminatory.
Okay, so we didn't write it. We just inherited it.
No, I
We
understand.
applied it. So I don't know what the thinking was at the time when it was written that way. I don't think any of us were around when that happened, right? We don't remember telling.
Question
Yeah, go ahead.
relating to public safety. So, where is your impound lot?
Our impound lot is in Highland.
And is that with a 20-minute drive from, I mean, New Paltz goes,
That's-
practically to Gardner. But my concern with public safety is if you need to go get your car. And, most of the other local, I'm assuming, have impound lots in New Paltz. So, if somebody has to drive for half an hour or 40 minutes to get to pick up their car, and you're charging a daily rate for keeping the car there. I just worry about, if we can be sure that every person who has a car towed by you can get to your lot in 20 minutes, I would feel better about that. And it's one thing for you to be able to get to the accident in 20 minutes, but then to get their car back, I think it is a matter of safety that they don't have to drive. I mean, I don't know if you're down at the Marlboro end of Highland or where you are. So that's my
They
question.
may not have a car to drive there
Well, and they have to get someone else to drive them.
if they
right?
have someone else, right?
Right, right.
Or Uber. I
And
understand
it's
that, and then certainly the board has the authority to revisit its law and draft a law as it desires, as long as it's in compliance with the federal and state requirements. But that's not what this law speaks about. This law doesn't speak to the time to get back or whether they can get, that's not what this law speaks to. The law says that a tower has to be in New Paltz to be on the tow list. That's what we're talking about. So, but again, the board is perfectly free to revisit that law and revise it with any concerns we have. That's not what's in the law now. The concern we have now are there are 3 provisions of law that we think run afoul of the federal and state constitution and the federal law. And those should not be enforced, as they haven't been for the last couple of years, which has allowed the towing to go on, as far as I know, without any serious complaints, and allow the cars to be removed when they need to be on the tow list to be operated properly with people who are going through rotation.
Right, I hear that. So, I mean, it sounds like we're gonna have to revisit this law in some form or shape, and, I just, we need to talk about, to me, public safety is, you've got their car, and so you've met the 20-minute requirement. I don't want our residents to go through an extra hardship having lost their car. So I guess I'm looking on your website and I can't see exactly
My
where
client's website is,
autos.
No,
I
Council.
just-
oh yeah, my client's website.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Not yours.
Yeah, no, Autos by Joseph. I see a lot of cars for sale, but I don't actually see where your impound lot is.
The rear of that building.
Okay,
It's fenced in, which is required. I've dealt with this argument before the town of Lloyd, the town of Plattekill, the town of Marlborough, the town of Poughkeepsie, and now here. Town of Lloyd and their law did require a fenced in impound area. It's
okay,
one of the things they required, which my client
okay.
directed.
I have a question. Thanks for your turn. He seems to be arguing that past practice requires us to approve, Joseph Incorporated. What is your opinion in this matter?
And again, I don't want to speak for Mr. Coleman. I'm not sure that
Speak for us.
the argument is totally based on past practice as much as it's based on, there's a series of case laws in the court that basically say the town's tow law has to have a nexus to safety to be legal. That's the argument. The idea that towers, and I think there's more than one, if I'm not mistaken,
I think there are 4 outside of New
were
Paltz,
on the
one
list who were removed.
There's 1.
4.
4 that were removed from the list.
So we'd go from 3 to 7.
So you
And it
go
would
through
rotate.
that. In Mr. Coleman's client's case, just to get back to your question, since that corporation went on the list over the last couple of years, and you can speak to this better, or the board can also. I don't know of any complaints that have been lodged with respect to, from the police department or others, with respect to the performance, or with respect to being able to get their cars from the lot. The courts have also addressed Kitty's concern as well. There was, I think, one municipality that kind of argued that if people had to walk to the yard to get their car out of the tow yard, that presented a potentially dangerous problem, and that's why our law works on the idea of public safety. And I believe that argument, the court said we understand it, but it didn't rise to the level that the court saw as really having a real nexus to
Okay.
So
their requirement.
It's not fair to ask
If you have,
you
and
because,
also, if you have a person, I think the other argument is, if you have a person from a practical matter who resides in Kingston, whose car happened to get towed on a snowy night,
Mhm.
they're certainly gonna have to travel when their car can be picked up from Kingston to New Paltz. I think the argument
True.
would be, if they travel from Kingston to Highland, what's really the difference?
If your client's business was put on the list 3 years ago, I wonder when, if there must have been someone who put them on the list, and I wonder where that came from.
My
Who that,
understanding
if
was
there's a
that-
person on our, whether it's the police chief.
My understanding was Police Chief Lucchese, who reached out to my client and said, we need help. There was a storm coming, a particular storm was coming. And we managed to quickly get him on the list, and I believe that night, my client towed over 30 cars, which the highway department, I understand, was very happy with, the police were very happy with, because they needed to get those cars out. New Paltz is a very busy area. I find there's a good bit of business in New Paltz. It's one of the reasons I'm here tonight, why it's so important. Every day since that directive was handed down by the board is costing him money, right? And it's benefiting the towers who are in New Paltz unfairly, right? But there was a reason why we didn't ask to be on. We were invited to be on because they needed extra towers. And to Mr. Morello's point, I don't know of any complaints. I'm not aware of any. I think it's been working very well. And again, you can speak to the current chief and the highway superintendent and see what their thoughts are, because they're the ones who are, I think, most impacted by this, from, in terms of boots on the ground. But I think that otherwise what Mr. Morello is saying is that we're essentially making the same argument, or at least he's joining in what I'm saying to you, that these particular provisions if they're challenged, are likely to fail. Right, and that there is no real basis, safety or even constitutional basis to discriminate against out of town towers. Right, where they are responding in time, they're getting the job done, right? So, and that is a legitimate concern of towns, right? Just make sure that if we call somebody, they're gonna show up, they're gonna get there in 20 minutes and respond to the scene. That's the most important thing. Whether someone is in in Plattekill or in Gardner or in Highland, if they can get to New Paltz within the 20 minutes, that's a criteria that stands. And we're not challenging that. But to say that just because you're outside, you may be a foot outside of New Paltz, and under the current rule, you can't be on the toll list. That doesn't make any sense.
So 3 years ago or whatever, there was a time when it was working okay, I guess, because it was in the code. I don't know. And then it wasn't.
Because there was a storm.
Yeah.
Well, I think it deserves obviously to be
Yeah.
looked into a little
Yeah.
further for us, not,
For sure.
we have a lot on our agenda, so we'll.
Right,
Right. So this is the first,
Not-
first time we're,
okay.
we're,
I'd like to
okay,
ask a
good.
question. I'm not sure that it's fair or not, but can you provide a history of the timing that from dispatch to delivery? Does he have those kind of records?
My understanding is the town law requires the town to keep those records. You should have all those records. We submitted a FOIL request for all these records, which was due yesterday. We haven't got a response to it, but we asked for all those records. We want to know, so we want to see all that.
So
And
you're
the
saying
town should be
that,
maintaining.
you're saying that the town
The
has
town should be.
a record for.
The town maintains the
for
toll
children.
list, right? And the town's job is to, when a call comes in, who's next on the list, make the call. If they don't respond, go to the next person, they go down, they should be keeping track of all that. And
Is that the police department does that?
I believe the police department.
Each department and the highway department is out there having cars moved. They have a record as well.
And there's the state impound as well.
Yeah, the state impounds, the other agency.
Municipalities are supposed to be tracking this information and keeping track of this for any purposes. So again, we've submitted a freedom of information request for this information. We're waiting on it, but we're also eager to see that.
Okay, our highway superintendent had his hand up.
Just to clarify, the storm in question,
Mhm.
there was a lot of cars that night. Our procedure is we call PD. When we
They
find
do
a
it.
car that we can't plow by, they call the tower.
Okay,
But, we never had a problem with really any of the towers, Mr. Block or anyone showing up, they didn't show up.
Everybody shows
They
up.
moved the cars in, very bad weather.
And so the police department's keeping track of the rotation, so they know, oh, we called them last time, so now we go to the next one, like that. And sometimes they may have to call 3 or 4 because it's a really bad storm or something.
I make the phone call to the PD, say, I need a car moved, they send an officer out to run the plate,
Okay,
and then they call the tow.
okay.
One last question of your client. Is your client open 7 days a week? If somebody's car is towed on Saturday, can they pick it up on a Sunday?
Training with every other municipality. Other places are closed Saturday and Sunday. We are available every day of the week. If we have to call out a driver on a holiday, a Saturday or a Sunday to specifically open for the person, there is a charge for that, which is also in your tow law. That may or may not be imposed, but people can get their question. We've not had a problem with people picking up their question.
Okay,
So yes,
Good.
7 days a week.
Cars that are picked up are usually steered to an out-of-town body shop by their insurance company. And
that makes sense.
the only body shop in New Paltz we have a relationship with, so we bring in cars as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Right, keep in mind, a lot of the cars don't get returned to the owner. They damage it or.
Total.
Does that
insurance coverage.
auto place rhyme with my name?
I'm sorry, ma'am,
Nothing.
I see.
Thinking we're talking about certain,
Okay,
never mind.
okay. All right, so
Never
we want to thank you very much for bringing this to our attention. We're clearly going to do our homework and you'll hear more.
The one thing I would ask, what was the rationale for removing us from the toll list in the first place? What was the basis of that decision? That was really.
The code, our code,
Just you saw-
simply our code. We don't ignore our code. Yeah, so it was in the code. So that's why we looked at it and said, huh,
Did someone bring that to your attention? I'm just curious as to how this came up. It hasn't come up in 3 years, and then all of a sudden it seems to. Or
it
is it?
just did. I'm new.
Amanda is a code I don't know.
Fiend, I'm a code
Fiend,
fiend. Yes,
uh,
okay.
She is looking through our code every day, and believe me.
We
that
find
is
all
not the
kinds of
only-
stuff that are like,
Yeah.
wow, this is like out of whack, or it
This is
doesn't,
our supervisor.
yeah.
Yeah,
There's no, it had nothing to do with anything other than.
It didn't
the
have to
new
do with
supervisor,
performance or
'cause
anything. It's
she would
just looking
find
at going,
things like
oh,
that.
okay.
So.
I also
Okay.
enjoy reading codes, unfortunately.
Ah,
Okay.
okay.
Thank you. Have a good
Okay.
evening.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
The supervisory board. And when that, I think it's fair to say that when that decision was made based on the reading of the code, this board was unaware of the facts that they took tonight.
Right.
Also. That was the whole idea, I think, behind the law that says if someone is removed, they have an opportunity to come before the board and ask
Right.
the board to be heard on the subject. They've asked, they've been heard.
Right.
okay.
And I presume that was the case. That's why I sent the letter explaining what the history was, because I presumed you were completely unaware of that. Because how could you? be?
Right.
Well, I've been hearing a lot about it lately, let me tell you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
For coming.
Okay,
Good night.
very good. Okay.
Or,
Oh, yes, sir.
like I see you then. Good night, Joe. Thank you.
Bye.
Good evening all.
Good night.
Before you say goodnight to me, does the board have anything to say before you?
Do we have a one bring the executive session for anything?
That would be fun, but I don't think we
I don't think,
Aired on the senior citizen.
yeah.
we're very, yes, we're all set for
Ready
that
to
one.
go.
That one. Yes, the MOU, it's gonna be pretty straightforward. I think it, like I said, it's not binding. It's just our preference that we want to be involved in what our preference would be. But then when it actually comes out, we can decide if it's still something we want to go forward. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay,
Uh, Thanks for coming out tonight, Joe.
okay. So what I had next, because again, we've got guests with us here and on Zoom, and our next guest is Susan Denton from our Housing Smart Committee. She's on the Zoom. She's on the Zoom. And I asked her to come and talk to us because guess what? When you look at the code, we don't have is affordable housing law. And so that seems like we're very remiss about that. And so we'd like to learn more about it. And so we want to be educated. And so we've asked Susan to come and help us even know, like, how does it work? What is an AMI and things like that? So Susan, if you want to unmute yourself and let us know what you got to tell us today. Why is it not doing this? Okay, let's see if she's.
Okay, so AMI means area median income. And the area median income that New Paltz falls under is, and these are determined by, at the moment, I believe by HUD. Who knows where that will end up, but is, I believe, $94,000 a year and change. So when we talk about affordable housing, we talk in increments of 10%. So if well, actually, it's more like 20. So if you're doing a project and you want to hit a certain income group, you would go 80% of area median income. Something would have to be affordable to that. Another apartment would be affordable to 60% of area median income. Then you go down to 50, 40, 30. And 30 is the golden number that has a long history behind it, in which it's used by almost every public funding group program as what people should pay, the standard that people should pay for their housing. It was first mentioned in 1934, and with an update from 25% to 30% in 1969 with something called the Brooke Amendment. And it was originally assigned to public housing. So that was what was assumed, that people could spend on housing and still have money left over for food and other things that they might need, such as medicine, healthcare, clothing, and that sort of thing. Today, people can't really find anything if they have an income that only affords them. They can't find anything at the 30% mark. A lot of people are paying 50%. A lot of people are paying 60%. And quite a few people are paying 80% of their income for housing. And then you get into the people who can afford housing, which is wonderful for them. But it's not wonderful for the vast majority of people who just can't afford to live in New Paltz. And we're losing population. We're destabilizing our community because we don't have enough affordable housing. So that's my position, and that's where I'm coming from, that we want to see more of that happen. And I believe that the town has said that they want to have a strategy to make that possible, to have more affordable housing. That's why the Housing Smart Community Initiative was formed.
So
And maybe you could ask me a question or two so I can get, kind of oriented as.
So back to the area median income, what defines our area?
It's defined by metropolitan, it's defined by HUD as metropolitan statistical areas. And we are a rural metropolitan statistical area, and we're comprising all of Ulster County.
Okay.
It's different from Dutchess. Dutchess is a metropolitan statistical median area. And because they're an urban county, we're not an urban county, we're a rural county. So it's the Kingston municipal area, which covers all of Ulster.
So the AMI isn't just New Paltz.
There's no AMI for just New Paltz, no. It's not, it doesn't come down to census tracts or sometimes you can find things that, different kinds of data that does, but they pretty much use that for, Housing Trust Fund, Section 8, low income tax credits, and various programs that in public funding mostly.
And is it calculated on an annual basis or a
Yes,
quarterly?
it changes annually.
Okay. And so what I understand is that this number and a certain percent of it is what allows landlords to charge this rent or that rent. I mean, if they're having to meet certain criteria.
Well, private landlords, if they're not getting any funding from Section 8 or any other regulatory agency to subsidize rent, private landlords can charge whatever they feel the market will allow. And so they don't have to necessarily conform to anything. There's good practices of being a landlord. And then there's people who, don't necessarily follow that, but landlords are in it. I mean, a lot of landlords are very good-hearted souls, and they don't gouge their tenants, and they really want to take care of them. But landlords can pretty much charge what they want, as long as they don't have a regulatory agency over them.
So if we like the village, if we say, okay, if you're a multi-family dwelling unit, like your apartment or condos or whatever, and you have 10 or more units, you have to be 10% affordable. What's the definition of affordable?
Well, it's affordable for whom, and it's the 30% mark, 30% of a person's income.
Okay.
However, it's not really a retroactive kind of thing that I think that you can go for. It's if a contractor or a builder wants to build in the town of New Paltz, going forward, if you have an ordinance or a law that says for building projects with 10 or 6 or more units, 6 to 20 units would be 10%. After the 20th unit, it would be 15%, would be set aside for low income or subsidized housing.
Okay, and that would mean, okay, so first of all, it doesn't retroactively apply to something that's already built and running. So
Right.
whenever they're setting their new leases or whatever, they're not being required to do it. It's only built. Okay. Yep. And yep, Julie, do you have a question? Okay. Okay. And then on those new builds, they have to factor in, depending on how many units they have, 10% or 15% of those units, they will by law, because they're getting some kind of subsidies, only be allowed to rent for this 30% thingy?
Well, they could say we're going to do affordable housing, and then they need to define what they mean by it. Do they mean 80%? Do they mean 50%? Do they mean 30%? That who are they trying to rent to, you know? And they'll show that by the amount of rent they charge.
So I
I
think-
forgot the second half of your question.
Yeah, well, there's two things. One is who qualifies for affordable housing. So your income, you would have to, you know, they take this, I think, they take this like 94,000 and say, okay, if you make about 94,000 or less and 30%, okay, I'm lost. Let's see my train here.
If you make
First you have to
30%.
qualify. If you spend that much on your, no, okay. What?
Let's have.
I don't know, I just think we should have a study,
Yeah,
like an ad hoc committee
Mhm.
to study this.
I think that's
Hopefully
what
not
Housing
take
Smart
and
is
bring-
doing.
Well,
Yeah.
We
It-
have the housing smart. We have it, and
But
in
is
fact,
there-
Susan has worked on the senior housing project that's called Harmony Hill, I
Harmony
believe.
Hill. Mhm.
Mhm.
What's interesting about that one is that there are different levels
Levels
of
of affordable, yeah.
affordability. That, you know, some will be at the 30%, some will be at 50. I don't have the figures on hand. But
I think there's 3 levels. right?
3 levels.
Mhm.
So I guess when the task force comes back to us and says, we would like the town to adopt an affordable housing law, we will better understand that ladder
Mhm.
of, you know, does every unit come in at 80%, 50%, or 30%? How does that ladder work? And I'm assuming you will come to us and we'll come back to you and we're gonna work out an affordable housing law. for
An
the-
affordable housing plan,
Okay.
ultimately. At the
Okay.
end of this, let me just explain a little bit more about the Housing Smart Community Initiative. That might be helpful.
Okay,
So what we're charged with on this is to implement 12 different kind of studies in general and cooperate on 12 different ways and get points at every time we hand in some piece of work with the county's Housing Smart Community Initiative. So we're the task force for New Paltz. And we get on this chart of all the municipalities in Ulster County. And we learn by doing, what does it mean to have streamline your regulations, or what does it mean to have an affordable housing overlay in planning? What does it mean to have accessory apartments? All of these things are modules in that. So we have 12 we have to do. And one of those is to produce a housing study of what the New Paltz itself looks like. One is to, let me see, I have a bunch of them. Is to, as I said, the accessory dwelling units, to work with developers and other not-for-profits to provide moderate income rehab for homeowners. They're just like a lot of different things. And I wanted to tell you tonight that we've been working with the county, and we've only had one meeting in this with this particular board that we have now, but we're having another one on Wednesday. And we were able to get on the screen, we have a logo, our membership is listed, and now we can start submitting things that we think that New Paltz has already done right. And there are quite a bit of things that New Paltz has already done right. I think that your heart, I mean, as a board and the government, your heart has been in a very good place about affordable housing. And I've been analyzing side by side things like the accessory dwelling units with the ideal accessory development units that they have on their site. And it looks to me like you ring every bell there. So I think pretty easily we're going to be getting some points for that.
Does- You explain what points mean in terms of assistance from the county?
Well, I'm not sure what they ultimately mean and, in a huge, large sense, but the more points we can accumulate and the more ways we cooperate with this program, the better chance we have of getting funding if we have something that we want to bring to their attention and apply for, or if we want to support someone who wants to apply for that.
So I think where we are is like, why, I mean, I know we've had accessory apartments and then accessory dwelling units for a long time,
Mhm.
but and it's not like we don't have rentals, and we do have multi-family rentals in New Paltz, but not to the extent that, say, the Village does, or that Newburgh or Kingston does. But why have we not hit this particular thing of, having some requirement in new builds? Because when I lived in New Jersey, it wasn't just multifamilies. It was like if a developer came in and was putting in a neighborhood of multiple single-family houses, there was a requirement for affordability there, that some of those houses had to, meet some kind of whatever it was to be affordable. So I think, as a town where we have that mix of things, we need to be looking at that too and understanding how it would work. And we just need some really basic information, and maybe also seeing what's being done in other places.
Like the Village.
Well, the Village is so uniquely dense,
right.
with apartments and new apartments going up. But what we often see is single family houses in a neighborhood, like someone's coming in and they've bought up 30 or 60 acres and they're turning it into, a set of houses.
Could we? Does affordable housing apply to us?
I'm telling you, in New Jersey, it sure did.
New Jersey was the leader in the Cherry Hill project back in I think it was the 70s or early 80s. They were the first ones to require a set aside for affordable housing.
Unfortunately, what happened is sometimes the developers came in, they said, okay, here we are in this really nice area. We're gonna build some real, and then over here in this like not so nice area, we'll build some lower, lower cost
Mhm.
houses. And finally they caught up with and said, you don't get to create like, different neighborhoods. Yeah. So, so that's been getting straightened out, but
So Susan, would we be eligible for technical assistance in creating the study that you were talking about?
Well, it's interesting you should say that, Kitty, because one of the things that they asked us to do last month was to get a sense of which things we would need the most help with and come up with the hot 2 out of the 12. And so that was something I was planning to discuss with our board on Wednesday. And I would like you guys to think about what you feel you need the most help with.
obviously this. Yeah.
Just for the public, if you go to the Ulster County Housing Smart Initiative webpage,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see all the criteria that they're hoping that we will meet. You'll see that New Paltz is now bronze, I think. And I think
For bronze.
Saugerties is more like us, and Woodstock is a bit more like us. So, we have a lot of partners that we can learn from.
And Kitty was great in getting us copies, and I'm sure you guys have it too, of the Woodstock annual report for their housing smart initiative. And there's a lot of stuff we can learn from them.
So they were ahead of us a bit. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
They're a little bit ahead of us, and they right out of the box, they got a consultant to do their townwide it's almost consciousness raising and community education program. And they had a series of meetings with the public and kind of got people thinking about housing, understanding that they have a right to the housing, that they should be asking for housing and looking for housing to happen. And they invited people to tell their stories and what home means to them and why it's so important in the culture of a town and so on and so forth. And people really started thinking about housing in a way that maybe they hadn't before. And, you know, talking about ways that it's possible to do it, innovative, out of the box stuff. And also just how do you even address these big funding sources if you're just a small town and you're not an urban center and you're not this, you're not that, but you have the need. So, you know, that kind of community education program was what they started with. And then I think they have funding from other sources as well, because they were able to put on some community events that, you know, seemed like they might cost something for the refreshments.
Julie had a question?
I was at a meeting last night, the school board meeting, and it was a discussion about where Neil, former
Yep.
supervisor,
He told me he was there.
yeah, we sat next week. It was where they discussed, it was relevant to the supervisor, for the supervisor to mention the population of New Paltz, and he mentioned it's actually increasing.
Yeah, he
So
told me
you
that
mentioned
too.
that our town is losing population, so we just need to kind of, I'm sure there's ways to look at it where you might find different answers, but that's part of a question I would like, you know, to, at least so we can say yes, this or that.
Right.
And, you know, I definitely have more questions, and I hope we can have good communication and if people have time to, you know, do studies, research
Mhm.
this, that are on that task force,
Right.
if that's
I think we just need to,
research various things.
yeah,
would
I
say.
think we need to say what's our goal, and
Yeah.
because I don't want to wait 2 years before we decide, you know, that we've done all these fun things and got the community, but we still need to do some very concrete things.
That's what I'm getting at, very concrete things.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
So
It's wonderful that we have the task. I knew that we had this
Right.
task force. I didn't mean we should come up with a new one.
No.
We met
Well,
about-
a real breakthrough for me was understanding that the community education program can go on at the same time as we're working on other things.
Oh.
It's something that will go on over months and, you know, a long period of time, whereas we can pay attention to the other 12 or 11, you know, aspects and try to get those things into a row. So it's not like one has to be sacrificed for the other.
So probably for us as a board, it'd be really good to go look at this thing and find out what those 12 things are.
Right.
And then say which ones do we think are most, you know, relevant to our immediate concerns or issues or things we'd like to see. You know, like they're gonna pick out 1 or 2, but I think it would be good if we had some ideas that we could tell them, or because what I don't want to see is just going after multiple layers of funding to do things that
Right.
don't get us something. Like I said, I don't want to wait 2 years for this. I want it to happen like soon.
One other thing that came up for me was if the village is dissolved and they were more eligible, I have heard that the village is more eligible for grants because of lower income.
Mhm.
And I imagine that applies to housing, especially
It's just everything.
everything.
We
So
got money
it would be
for our solar
interesting to
panels.
know if we just put that in the mix. When it comes to just informing people about what this change would mean for that issue specifically. If we were a combined government.
So that's a whole nother, but it's just
But
definitely,
it's
there's a list
actually
of questions.
going
to
to
have.
come up at our next meeting. We were supposed to review the first look at a project for 612 new bedrooms, right, to the on Route 32 South.
That's that many bedrooms?
612 bedrooms,
Wait,
and it's
is that's the new number? Because it was
That's the-
721.
no,
so now
it's
it's
down to
extra.
612.
Okay,
Some, and I think 45 of those will be affordable,
Mhm.
but they're bedrooms. It's not an apartment. Although
There's-
4 people could live together and call it an apartment. So, that is in the town at the moment. And the developer would like for the town to give it to the village so that the village can supply water and sewer and stuff. So we will be looking at that. They were gonna come tonight and couldn't, but that's gonna begin public hearings and discussions, and that is certainly going to provide bedrooms, not what we maybe typically
Well,
think of
it's-
as
yeah.
apartments, but.
Well, that's what their project's proposing, right? So we have a
Right.
lot of work to do on that. Yeah.
I have a quick question, Susan.
Mhm.
Thank you so much for the work that you're doing steadily. You can add this with the housing issue. I often hear kind of a debate that we don't need new houses and new poles, we need apartments. But the question that I have for you, has your group discussed the advocating for also duplex houses? And I don't mean with the apartment. Literally two
Yeah.
houses built together side by side.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we're not for or against anything really, Edgar. What we're
Okay.
trying to do is just put in place or help you to put in place the situation where those things could happen. So hopefully when we're done with this Smart Housing Community Initiative, you will have gotten the right kinds of information. And I know I'm not as articulate as I could be tonight. I apologize for that, but you will end up being able to compete with other towns to say, come here, we have the right regulations, we have the right kind of attitude, we want to work with you, this is what you can expect, we'll let you know what it is you need to do, you need to put aside this amount of units for affordable housing, you need to try to come up with housing that is innovative, maybe duplexes, but you know, that sort of thing. Did I lose you?
Oh,
No, we're still
Yeah.
here. So
here.
there's a person named Lorraine Walsh who has her hand up. So I'm
Okay.
asking you to unmute yourself, Lorraine.
Yeah, hi. I'm a little out of order here, but did you just say that the Moriello presentation on the apartment annexation property is not going to be on the agenda tonight?
Unfortunately, yeah, they notified us very like at the end of the day that they
Yeah.
something up. So yeah, I'm sorry we
There
didn't.
there are people on the Zoom who've been waiting for that part of
Yeah.
the agenda. Did you
Sorry.
mention that at the beginning of the hour and a
Sorry.
half meeting?
No, I'm so sorry.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay.
Good night.
We have
Bye.
exciting stuff coming up.
Definitely, I'm all for affordable housing, so
Thank you. Thank you.
onward.
Onward.
Thanks so much. Oh, yes, I'm sorry that we really got that quite late.
I
At
think
some-
it was at 6:15.
Yeah, kind of unavoidable. They said something, so, right, but they'll be back. Okay, well, I think this is a good start to thinking about this. I think we board need to try to clarify, you know, are we just looking for a big overview? Or are we looking for a general introduction? Are we looking for something very specific?
Well, let's have the meeting next week.
Yep.
And let's get feedback from the Housing Smart Task Force. And, you know, just have a dialogue.
Right. I mean, I appreciate that they're working, because I know what it was like with Climate Smart. You're working with the menu of things that they give you to work on. And we kind of picked the ones we thought we could do and as
Mhm.
well as the ones that were mandatory. But at some point you have to say, okay, what does the community actually need and want?
Right.
And that's, you know, where the community education comes in. But I think, you know, so we're one of your stakeholders. We're one of your and involved. So we definitely want to stay in the loop and continue to think about what we, from the board standpoint, from the governance standpoint, need to help make this happen yes. I can see it being a wide range of things from, you know, I mean, looking at land use, looking at zoning, looking at, you know, some of the code that we
Absolutely.
and see how can we make it more amenable to these things, and that's all that. So, all right.
So if
I-
you guys will just make a point of when you have free time, going to the Ulster County Planning Department, look under Housing Smart Community Initiative. And it'll be right there. And I have to read it 3 times every time I go into it because
It's a lot.
it's a lot and it's thick. And I'll start out and I'll think, oh God, we can't do that. I don't know how in the world we could ever do that. Then it percolates for a couple of days and I start getting ideas and maybe we can, you know.
Okay. Well, that's good to know, because otherwise you were starting to discourage me there. Okay. Okay. Well,
Thanks.
thank you very much, Susan.
Okay, you're welcome.
I'd like to move this before the kids from the high school come home.
Okay, but we have an interview to do. We have a
I
person
know,
leaving.
but this is fast, right? I mean, you just read it and.
Which item is that, Kitty?
Fine.
It's 9. Okay, we can do that. Okay, because this is very inspiring. So we learned fairly recently, I think everybody maybe saw this showing up in the news feeds, that a person in New Paltz has made the New York Times. And so Dr. Maggie Carpenter of New Paltz was sued for providing abortion health care to a resident of Louisiana. Oh, and by the way, in Texas also. And so our civil rights are under attack, and we are proud to offer a resolution in support of her courage and compassion. If I can just find where I wrote it to where it is. Okay. Okay, so at a regular meeting of the town board of the town of New Paltz held on the 6th of February we're right now at 8:35 p.m. The meeting was called to order by Gatto and seconded by, wait, who called it to order? Wait, did you? You seconded it.
Meeting to order.
Mhm. Remember, oh, we approved the agenda. Oh.
Maybe you didn't call.
I didn't call. The meeting's in order. Okay, who wanted to second it? I said we were doing it, but who wanted to second?
Oh,
Kitty, okay, thanks. All right, and now we're gonna do roll call.
Aye.
we have to do
Oh, you have to-
present first.
sorry.
No, I'm saying aye for calling the meeting to order.
Oh,
Okay,
If we hadn't done that before, we should.
Okay.
okay. So Rosanna, would you like to do roll call for being present or absent at the meeting?
aye.
Sure. Supervisor Amanda Gatto,
Present?
Councilmember Julie Seifert, Councilmember Essie Lewis is absent. Dep- Deputy Supervisor Kitty Brown,
Present.
Councilmember Edgar Rodriguez.
Present.
Very
I-
good.
I also just want to make a note that Julie can't second the opening of the meeting because she wasn't here
Yeah.
yet.
Actually, Kitty did it.
It wasn't me.
It was
Yeah.
Kitty.
I think
Okay.
it was.
Yeah, it was Kitty. Okay. So I'm offering the following resolution. Amanda Gatto, I'm moving we adopt this resolution. You're gonna hear. I need a second.
Second, Kitty.
Kitty. Okay. Whereas the US Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, reversing the constitutional right to abortion. And whereas the New York State Shield Law protects telemedicine and the ability of New York State doctors to provide medications used to treat abortion to patients who live in states that outlaw abortion. And whereas Ulster County voters in New York recently passed Proposition 1, an amendment to protect against unequal treatment based on ethnicity, national origin, age, disability, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, pregnancy and pregnancy outcomes, as well as reproductive health care and autonomy by over 63% of the vote here in Ulster County. And whereas New Paltz physician, Dr. Margaret Carpenter, has been indicted in Louisiana for prescribing an abortion pill to a patient in that state. And whereas Governor Hochul will refuse to extradite Dr. Carpenter to Louisiana. And whereas also, in order to strengthen protections provided in Proposition 1 to members of the LGBTQ+ community, Senator Michelle Hinchey has introduced the Hospital Transparency Act to ensure that individuals have access to information about whether the hospital or hospitals in their area provides the care they seek prior to admission, and to identify healthcare deserts in regions of the state. Therefore, it be resolved that the town of New Paltz hereby recognizes the courage and compassion of physician Dr. Maggie Carpenter, co-founder of the Abortion Coalition for Telemedicine, created to pass, protect, and expand safe, legal, and accessible telemedicine for providing abortion health care to a patient in Louisiana. And be it resolved that the town of New Paltz stands with Dr. Carpenter in her commitment to providing urgently needed health care to women regardless of where they live. And further be it resolved that the town of New Paltz expresses its gratitude to Governor Hochul and Senator Hinchey for their commitment to protecting the civil rights of all New Yorkers. I need to take a vote now. We had a motion, we had a second to approve it. Rosanna, you want to call for the vote?
Supervisor Amanda Gatto,
Aye.
Councilmember Julie Seifert, Councilmember Julie Seifert,
Aye.
Can hear.
Deputy Supervisor Kitty Brown,
Aye.
Councilmember Edgar Rodriguez,
Aye.
and Councilmember Essie Lewis, who is absent.
The resolution was thereupon duly adopted.
Thanks.
It was so amazing. I was in Dry Fly today and I was standing in line and there was a lady standing next to me and I said, "Are you Margaret?" She went, "Uh-huh." I said, "Carpenter?" And she went, "Uh-huh." And I said, "Wow, we're passing a resolution about you tonight at our board meeting." It was really cool. And she said, "Thank you so much." She said, I've seen a picture because I've been looking at the newsfeed. Yeah. So it was really nice to meet her and she was very thankful, appreciative of our support. Okay. Okay, so that was a good piece of business. Okay, so now we're going to get to our interview. Hi there, would you like to join us? And do we need another, we have another chair, right? We can get a chair up here.
Hi, welcome.
Our meetings are long, aren't they? Chock full of good stuff. Let's see where I put your resume. Okay, here we go. So thank you. You sent in a letter of interest for the police commission, right? Would you like to tell us a little bit about why you're interested in serving on the police commission?
So I'm a student, a fourth year student right now at SUNY New Paltz. I'm a double major in political science and Black studies. And of course, a lot of the work that I do learning in Black studies has a lot to do with the regard of modern day policing of Black people and Black communities. And you know, especially recently with an increase of police violence against Black people in the United States. I found it very important to see, like, especially now I'm getting older, to see how I can get involved in the local community when it comes to regulating police activity and making sure that discrimination against Black people and antagonization against Black people is sort of under control, or at least addressed or countered in some. And I thought the police commission was something that was I thought would be very valuable in terms of doing something like that. That's something I feel is very important. So yeah.
Okay, cool. Do you have you read anything in our code about the police commission and what its duties and responsibilities?
I have.
Okay. Have you ever attended any of their meetings?
I have not.
Okay. You could, right?
I plan to.
Okay. All right. So I think they meet once a month on a certain, like, I forget which Tuesday evening it is. So would you be able to, and they do plenty of work outside of the meetings too. So would you be able to commit that kind of, I don't know what your studies are like, whatever that time of time to do it?
I believe I can, especially if it's once a month
Meeting?
a once a month meeting. I think that's fair. I should be dedicated time for that.
Okay. Do you have any questions, Richard? Sorry. Oh, Edgar, okay.
Thank you. Stepping forward. We have a law, we call the Police Commission Law, and we're in the process of revising it in a major way. And actually, we're going to be addressing it tonight, and we've been in this process for some time. One of the changes that I'm going to argue for is that, given my evaluation of what's gone on, is that you need to be available more, at least under the new law. I'm going to propose that that the commission be required to do more things than they were in the past, that will require more time of them, and that they be available for emergency meetings, and that they be available to meet with the community. which is not the practice that we've had under the current police commission. I want the police commission to go out and meet with members of the community, particularly people of color in some of the developments that we have. So, and also, I have spent hundreds of hours trying to understand the law. So what I'm trying to advise you is, it's not gonna be one meeting. It's gonna be a lot of time on your part. And then I also have to ask you, you're graduating soon, so you fall.
Yeah, so I am fourth year, but last year I switched my major to Black Studies and Political Science, so I have another semester, so I'd be graduating.
December.
Probably next spring, because I have a
Okay,
few semesters.
so spring 26, okay. The term is for 3 years.
No, this one's not. This is for the vacant term.
For the vacancy, it'll be one, Janice's position, she has 1 year or 2 years left.
He has the rest of this year and then 26, I think,
So 2 years?
maybe.
Either 1 or 2 years.
Rosanna, do you remember what Janice is?
Yes, I believe you're correct. It's the rest of 2025 and 26.
So that's almost two solid years. And will you graduate? Are you gonna remain in the area?
I intend to, unless I intend to look for internships. So I intend to look, in the general local area. I don't have any plans of moving forward.
I don't mind discouraging you.
Right.
I'm very glad to see you here. You are a product of our community, I believe you've been here your whole life. And you know our community. We have a community with low crime, but however, there are things that the commission can be doing, ways that it can be improved. But I really have to emphasize that it will be a lot of time. There's just a lot of things that will be going on, and under the new charges that we're going to be given, it's going to be a lot more expected from the police commissioners. Thank you.
Right, I understand. I think even with, extended time that you said, we probably would have to meet, I think I still should be able to do that. Even if I have conflicts with work or school, I should be able to, I think I can finish it out. If I need to, and for just the general workload, I think I should be. So,
The next meeting is Tuesday night at 7 o'clock at the community center on Veterans Drive. Is it?
Uh-huh.
Veterans Drive.
Well, it's off of Chestnut over there,
Okay.
like where Stewart's is.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you just go, well, wait, go all the way. Wait, I'm wrong. Don't do that. Where the post office is, go down that way.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, okay.
What?
The post office is at Chestnut, like you go down Chestnut from that light. There's a post office, you go down Chestnut. That's how I go.
Community center?
You gotta get to Chestnut. You have to go,
Oh, you just mean like,
Yeah.
that's the intersection with,
where you turn on Chestnut and then you go down there till you get almost to, Moriella Pool's in the way and then you get that. Okay, all right, don't pay
You'll-
attention.
You'll find the community center.
we're all confused, we all live there.
Okay, well, so Josiah, the thing is, nobody wants you to jeopardize your studies or anything, but if you get into it and you're really into it, that's great. And if you find out it's just too much to do, I mean, nobody's gonna give you a problem about that. If you do what you can and what you want to do, that's the thing. Yeah.
Do you have any questions for us?
I don't think so. I've already spoken to Ms. Essigos before about regarding this, so I don't think I have any questions.
We have to ask you on, where are you registered to vote?
So I am registered to vote in Sopus, which I understand you guys vote in the polls, but I did spend a good portion of my time growing up in the village. And pretty much my whole life I've been spent, living, if I'm going to buy stuff or going to school and to the school.
Is there any chance you can move
Want to move on the campus, maybe?
campus or go find one of those student
it
apartments or
is-
something?
It's a problem because it's not town law, it's state law. That to be on a police commission, you have to vote in that town.
That said, maybe that you could get involved too, those meetings are open to the public.
Right.
So we'd love to have your involvement and input, and just like a lot of, you're another community member who has, an interest and is involved, and
I think it's just so important to get Okay, I mean, look at all of us, we're old. It's really important to get young people involved in this
Yeah.
stuff. I mean, because
There are young
you,
people here tonight. I think
Yeah.
that you all have like lowered the age of this group by
you did
significant
tremendously.
amount.
But, you've got a different perspective, you've got a different amount of energy and stuff and ability to, get involved in stuff.
Very well.
We really want to
I'm just,
have you involved.
if we can't figure out how to deal with this residency thing,
Yeah.
I think we could create a position of ambassador.
Yeah, or intern or something like that,
Yeah.
a liaison some way we could do
Yeah,
that.
especially because you have so much interaction at the college
Right.
and, I think it would just be such a bridge to a community that has frequent interactions with our police, mostly at 4 o'clock in the morning, right?
So
Yeah, y'all out
maybe
there.
liaison from
Yeah.
the campus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
campus.
Community.
Yeah. So,
We'll figure something out.
Okay.
We so much appreciate you coming
We'll
forward.
discuss
You've
it tonight
inspired us.
and adding that
Thank
to,
Yeah.
adding that to the draft of the law that we.
well, that law is does not affect this other law.
Yeah, it doesn't
That's
affect
our
that, but
town
it's something that
But
we
we
can
still
create
could-
though as a, yeah.
If we want somebody to represent.
Oh, it's an
Let it be
ambassador.
let it be a
liaison.
thing.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
put that in ours and so
Yeah.
you wouldn't necessarily be, maybe you wouldn't be a voting member, but you'd be you'd have it, you'd be,
You'd be a public face.
yeah, an adjunct kind
that
of
the
person.
what-
And they would. and they
Unless
would
you want to
listen.
move. Does anybody have a spare bedroom?
I'm gonna
We
build an
have-
ADU right now.
Yeah, right.
We had a mayor.
Your father was
Yes.
involved in what's
Yeah.
called the
Yeah.
Invention Committee, which was an order from the governor to reform policing in New
Yeah.
Paltz. So, that continuity there is something
Yeah.
that I would like welcome.
Yeah,
Well, I just welcome him on his own too. Thank
Yeah.
you very much for
Thank you.
coming.
really. And thanks for sitting through a very long meeting.
Oh, of course, no problem. I have
got-
a question, actually, not about the commission, but about the meeting. Are you recording this meeting?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes.
is there a way to access it afterward?
Yes.
Sure, yes,
Okay.
it'll be posted and also it's on YouTube live streaming right now too, so yeah, for sure.
Because
And you want to watch our conversation that we're going to have about the police commission law that we're working on.
because I intend to.
Tonight, we're having a long discussion about it.
Okay, because I intend to stay, because I'm also trying to do an assignment for one of my political science classes.
Oh, yes,
That's
everybody-
why a few of us. Makes sense.
Are you
Okay, great.
SUNY Political Science?
Yep. I
Welcome.
met Michael first.
you.
Okay,
Exciting. Thanks for coming.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
This is just always, sometimes our meetings are fun,
Yeah.
right? Sometimes they're fun. Sometimes they're uplifting. Okay. Okay, where did our justice go?
Right there.
Okay. So we want to talk in very general terms. We are not talking specifics. We do not discuss our personnel's
course
private
not.
information.
Right.
Okay. So,
I will try and constrain myself. Good evening, everyone.
You're on the other side of the fence there.
Yeah,
look at the name.
I'm here again. And I feel I need to give you guys just maybe a little bit of a history lesson as to where we used to be and where we are now in the court department. Prior to me coming on in 2019, there was the two judges, it's Judge Bacon and Judge Katz. And the department had 3.5. We had 3 full-time clerks and 1 part-time position. And I've looked at what the actual caseload volume was in 2018 and 2019, and it was just under 7,000 matters per year. That had our staff of 3.5 people working diligently, and the gross receipts collected were, somewhere, I want to say the revenues were between 650,000 and up into the 700,000 range. Then COVID hits. Right before COVID hit, our department had a departure. One of the full-time clerks got enticed away because the Town of Floyd offered slightly higher pay. She accepted the job there, so we were down a full-time clerk right at the end. And then another of our clerks, the part-time position, retired. Just by happenstance, in the month and a half, 2 months before COVID hit, we were down, we were interviewing, I'd interviewed a few candidates, we hadn't found one good people who are going to be capable of handling the type of clerk position in a justice court. All of the intricacies are not easy to come by. And no matter who they are, if they don't have experience, they require training. Sometimes their training can, take months before they can be really up and running productively. When COVID hit, there was, of course, the hiring freeze. And at that point, we had 2 clerks. They were established and were able to keep everything going forward. We kept our staff number down. The work was less, things were closed down. Police department wasn't operating with near as many arrests. There wasn't the activity in the late night establishments. So numbers went down. And when we came back, and as we've been slowly coming back, and our supervisor was not the supervisor at the time. I was harassing our prior supervisor, begging for a couple of things that have been slow in the offing. Unfortunately, during that time, our full-time clerk got another job opportunity that paid higher. And she had left. We were scrambling. We've tried our best to try and fill the position. We've had some hires that haven't worked out long-term. It's not an easy slot to fill to get the right temperament, skill set to be able to do it. We have, as a result, I'm going to say it, as a result of Becky's diligence, hard work, willingness to work overtime. We have, over the last year or so, not only gotten back to where we were pre-COVID in the number of matters, the revenues are essentially the same as to where they were before COVID hit. The number of matters are about the same. And yet we've had for a while now, 2 clerks, and we are, as you guys know, we are facing some issues. But the one thing that I've tried to make clear is we have a potential candidate who doesn't need training because this person has the experience. They can hit the ground running. They are the candidate, Becky's confirmed. My experience also, she's exceptional. Would fill the problem that we have right now. I'm not going to solve it, but for the short term, it's absolutely vital. We've looked into, I know that there were some concerns about what is the position now versus, well, the budget had an hourly rate of whatever. There are issues about hours and well, you guys could actually create a new part-time position that would not be within the civil service if need be. I just need a solution to be able to get someone in. We're running on fumes. Looked into some issues. We have certain requirements, not just certification requirements. All clerks have to have certain education through the state. Clerks have to have the courtroom education requirements fulfilled. We have privacy issues. I can't just bring in temps. We can't fill a void with someone who's inexperienced. They need to be trained. Becky doesn't have time right now to be training anybody. And I am making it clear. I know my senior judge has been interviewed recently. There was a newspaper article about this. I tried for years to do things with, an executive session and making our needs known. I've been here recently. I'm here in public. begging because the amount of money that is being, a concern is being raised over is gonna be lost in many ways. And it's forced for the trees.
Okay,
I-
I'm feeling a little stressed here because it's not the amount of money.
Then
It's in that article that you just cited.
haven't read it,
The,
wasn't interviewed,
okay,
didn't make
the,
a statement, but I did hear
but the
that,
other justice compared us to the town of Ulster, who had recently needed to hire a temporary person. We are offering exactly the same pay rate as the person that was hired in Ulster because it's prescribed. That is the top tier of the pay.
It's a civil service and a
It's-
union position.
right.
We
but
have
we
to
could-
work with that.
We can
We could
change civil
have-
service.
No, we can have a new position right now. You guys are empowered. Had it looked up. To actually say, you know what, we're gonna have a new part-time position. Create it. Doesn't have to be within civil service. Have it go up to 25 hours maybe. Or I believe that we could fill that position with an experienced person at a different hourly rate. You guys approve it. So that that person would be able to say, okay, that is gonna meet my salary requirements such that I will come back and
And
come
you
in and
looked at the
join.
civil service list.
We've been
nobody-
inquiring about that to find out if we are gonna be able to do it.
But you
No,
can't
but have you
ask-
looked at the list at who's available? I'm not,
Who's available for the, what have you?
who's on civil service list? Have you gone and looked to see
Have you
who's on the
guys?
list?
Do we have anybody?
It's not, I
'Cause
mean, really, you would be doing the interviewing, right? So there is a civil service
Ultimately.
list. So
If we're
have
gonna
you
be doing
looked at?
hiring, we're gonna have to.
But you, so, okay, Rhett, we understand this. We absolutely do, but we also have other people
Mhm.
who are, we have to be fair-handed about this.
Let us know.
Well, we've been
Yeah.
trying. I
Who-
mean,
Who's the people that we want? Has anybody, I know that there was some people posted. I've seen resumes that have come in through the various resume services when you have it come up. Not been ideal, not.
Right.
not a lot.
We
okay, that's
did
fine.
come up with a way of offering the amount of money the person that you want. Um, so that offer is still on the table.
Right, that was not something that was gonna get it done.
No, wait, no,
Why
wait,
not? I
okay.
mean,
I think, maybe we do need to. You can hire anyone as a contract temp. At that amount of money, they get no paid vacations, no anything else. You can do that. However, it is not a permanent position. It is a contract temp for a certain amount of time. You bring that to us with the number of hours you want and the amount of money. And because there's not, there's no other benefits with it, there's no paid vacation, all that. This could be something that can happen.
it would definitely get you over this crisis period.
Mhm.
And, right now we have 2 full-time clerks, salary.
And one position that's been approved that could have been posted anytime and can be posted now while you continue to look.
So if this person would be willing to come in, we will find the money that you've told us this person wants, but it has to be as a contract temp. If you want us to write a whole new civil service job, then I mean,
It doesn't have to, we don't. we can't do
that's the
that.
whole thing that you and Jean would have to work on.
I'll come up with an idea that I think might work.
We're not gonna write a new civil service job. I'm sorry,
I
but that's
know,
not
right.
happening.
Right.
It's either there's either a job or there isn't. There's a
Right.
job description in a list or there isn't. Okay,
We have an offer that is the amount of money that you've told us this person requires as a contract temp.
we have an avenue for you to do that.
Okay,
How long is the
so I'll
contract?
make,
As
They
long-
have to tell us what they need and want.
I'll come up with, it'll be likely, it's gonna be necessarily to run through the year. I think we'll put it out through the budget year. I think that would make sense.
Okay,
So
well-
if I could put something together like that.
Yep.
That might solve our problem.
Okay,
We have there's other ways to find other money too. You have other parts of your budget that we can move money from around,
Good,
you might
okay?
You
good.
might need a few, might have to buy a few less staples, but
Have it, You know,
anyway,
right now, the amount of money that we are likely not having garnered through potential ways to have revenue gathered, if you have full staff, that
Right.
would be the difference, I think,
See, so
that's part of the problem.
as we
that-
said, we don't really know what all that means because it goes to the state and this, that, and the next thing. So I don't know how much yeah, we don't expect you to pay your own way through the work you're doing.
That's not the issue.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying if you guys are looking at that, I would suggest that when we have a full staff, necessarily the revenue's gonna go.
It's,
Collections are an issue,
Right.
especially since 2020, there were certain changes
mhm.
related to collections
I
that
mean,
require
we understand
additional
for
steps.
everybody's mental and physical health that you need this person, and we approved this position in October. So,
Back then it
The-
wasn't
the-
maybe quite
the
as critical or
ceiling
something. but-
that civil service allows us to offer is what we're offering. It's the top level. But there is a way through this contract temp program that we can offer more. So please bring that offer to
There you go.
this person.
And is
But
there a
no, do not
contract
bring the
format?
author. No.
Is there a contract format
Yes,
that I may
that's,
have?
yes,
Okay.
yes. No,
Is-
don't take it to the
Okay.
person until the board has agreed on what the contract terms would be.
Okay,
How many hours a
All
week,
right.
for what hour pay, and for
Okay.
how long. That's very important.
okay.
Okay? Okay.
And
But Who
that,
decides that? Oh,
They propose
and
it,
that
we agree,
contract
or not.
format that would be acceptable is in whose? Did I get it?
What are you asking exactly?
If you're saying there's a contract temp position, that would suggest there's a contract form
Okay, you're looking for a template or something
document.
like that? Yep.
that I will be happy to manipulate and get into your guys' hands ASAP.
Does
Okay.
Jean have it?
We have another one we've done just still happening. We can just take that one and look at that.
That'll work,
Okay?
as long as whoever it is, if you're gonna run it by Jean and Jean needs to give her the thumbs up, have her give me the thumbs up. I'll manipulate it immediately.
That's
tailor it
not a good
specifically.
word.
Yeah,
That's
not
not
the
just
best
you
choice of
tailor it.
words.
Yeah, I like tailor, not
Massage.
manipulate.
Tailoring, whatever you
it.
wanna call it, I
Yes,
will
sir.
cut and paste and
Okay.
edit such that it reflects what we're talking about.
Okay,
And fits our
Okay.
department need as I understand it, but it would match what is supposedly the format required for this.
we will
So
get
guys
you,
Can consider it
right,
and hopefully turn it around.
we'll get
Okay.
you a blank form of the one that's being done in another department. You take a look at that. The main thing is you have to come back with the hours, the rate, and then a period of time. And you may not
Easy
get
peasy.
what I hear you're asking right now. Make it reasonable. Okay?
I-
And we don't want to do
I
this
can
again.
I can assure all of you, there is absolutely zero interest on behalf of the judges who are in charge of this department of having any money unnecessarily lost through the operations of our justice court. We do not view it as it's not a money-making
Right.
Right.
operation. We provide for the justice in this town. What we are sticklers about is that it is not any type of a burden on our community. I know I'm in this position and I'm not taking the insurance. Why? I could,
You're
but I'm
part-time.
not.
Yeah,
And
okay.
guess what? I haven't even asked for a buyout or otherwise. I haven't asked you guys to change the law to say, hey, even elected officials should get buyouts. Other people are incentivized to do it. Not asking for it, because it's not about the money. I could take the insurance, have double insurance for my family. Why not? I mean, who knows what duplicative charges I might save myself. But I'm not,
Mhm.
because I don't think it would necessarily be fair and certainly not cost effective to the taxpayers. I'm not here trying to pull the wool over your guys'
Oh,
eyes.
no.
No, we
Right.
understand
Where
that.
I
We understand
want
that.
to make sure that we are functioning and it doesn't blow up into a disaster for us.
Right,
we're like this close.
okay.
Very
So I will look
community-minded,
forward
don't
to it.
worry.
Yeah.
We know
Yeah.
you're very.
We know we can
community-minded.
find a way to work with you, but do tell your compadre that's not a good way to make friends and influence people.
I can only say that, you know what, when someone like the Honorable Judge Bacon feels so compelled as to garner ethics opinions and then allow for himself to be interviewed, it is not because he's doing it lightly.
You know
He
what?
feels so constrained, and you know what, God love him for it. You
Come and
know,
talk
I-
to us. Come and talk to us like you have. I mean, really. And I told him the same thing I told you. We are working on a way for you to do this. We're
Right.
finding a way.
But-
And that's not because he went to the press.
We just have to be really careful about what we say about our personnel in the public forum.
Yeah,
And that article
tipped over.
just, you know,
might have raised some concerns.
yes.
I can tell you
so
this.
We need to be respectful of the privacy of our employees. Okay,
Yes,
okay.
I'm not involved in that aspect of it.
I understand.
However, I have in the past, and again, I'm talking about you,
Thank
but I
you.
have talked to a predecessor supervisor at length about certain things. Thought I was getting through. And found myself beating my head against a wall and watching employees leave. And then, you know,
Well,
effectiveness.
Yeah.
For the mission not being achieved, you know, what would be a word, you know, suboptimal outcomes
Right.
are not
Well-
what I'm looking to accomplish.
give us a
So
little more
I
credit and
appreciate your
faith. Yeah,
time.
thanks.
Well, we
Okay.
approved the position. We want you to get that position filled. And it feels like we're really, really close.
I think so. I
Okay.
think this, if what you're saying, I can get this form, I will have it
Okay,
ready to go.
great.
Thank
Okay.
you, guys.
Thanks, Brett.
Okay, where are we now? I'm lost track. Well, we have announcements to
Oh,
make.
my gosh.
Okay.
I was skipping all over the.
Okay, let's see. Family Fun Night was rescheduled to Saturday, February 8th from 6 to 9 p.m. at the middle school. This is where they'll be watching ET. It is free. There will be snacks. There will be games. It is not a drop-off event. It's a family, bring friends, and this is being sponsored by the Office for Community Wellness. Our recreation department wants to let everyone know that registration for New Paltz Recreation Soccer is open until March 1st. There is a link to register and for more information, newpaltzrecreationsoccer.org. We're also, oh, this is so cool.
Can I just say something? I was thinking about soccer coming up, you know, I just want to thank the volunteers that make it happen
Oh, yeah.
and everyone who's involved, including Chris, who, you know.
Keeps the fields nice,
That
yeah.
does a great job with that, and.
You know,
so-
we have youth soccer, youth baseball, youth basketball, we have a lot of folks who get involved with these teams and this.
And we're
they're-
not at like, you know, we don't have a lot of extra money to
No,
have
no,
various,
No,
you know,
we don't.
whether they're. You know,
Yeah.
employees or other people that we could be offering money to, you know, I think it's just really special the way.
community
Now we
thing.
have, you know, high schoolers that graduate and go play in college, it's just
Yeah.
really, you know, a community building. Long-standing, highly effective and, you know, beneficial for the community.
Yeah.
so.
So it's one of the nice things about living in New
Yeah.
Paltz. right? So this is really cool. Our recreation director, Joanna Dempsey, has a new website out there. And if you haven't seen it, you need to go check it out. It's got new content. It's through the town website. And then when you go to the town website, you go click on the recreation department and you'll see a thing that says click here and it'll open up and it's really well done. It's well organized and it's continuing to develop, but it's a pretty cool way to look at stuff. And then this is another
You
thing,
sign up for things, I think, right?
alerts. Oh, you mean on it?
Mhm.
I believe so. Yeah,
Just new.
yeah, yeah. The Ulster County Office for Aging has a senior dining program that it hosts. A community cafe is what it's called on Thursdays at the community center. Probably not today because the weather was really crummy, but I don't know. There's a voluntary contribution of $3 per meal, not mandated. You do need to register like at least the day before with Gateway Hudson Valley so they know how many meals to bring. You can see the menu online And sounds kind of tasty, actually.
So I think if you go to the Ulster County Office for the Aging.
Yeah, they'll have the
you
website.
can find
I
all the
think,
details.
I bet you Joanna's got it on her new
Okay.
thingy too. Okay, did we have anyone here for public input who just wanted to say something? Tom, did you want to say something?
I would.
Okay. Did you sign, you signed up, didn't you? Thank you, sir.
Tom Jones, resident of New Paltz, and I won't belabor traffic stops, which I see.
Oh, we're getting to that, yeah.
I do have a question about the process for continuing for the law, because there was a comment in there that you're doing final edits tonight. I assume that.
No, no,
the
no.
Word
no,
document
no.
Final edit.
Will then be circulated.
It's not.
If I might say, figure out, it's Essie here,
Yeah.
I don't know, like.
Well, this is the code chapter 34. So we've sent it out with all kinds of, you know, edits on it. We're asking for people to look at it. And it sounds like I think Edgar has some more things he'd like to change. So we just want to keep it moving, you know, but yeah, it's not final edits.
Right. I respect that. But
Thank
I
you.
do want to just, I read it tonight to, you know, for this, and I won't say this is a complete list of issues, but the one that nags at me is we have to somehow get clearer about what the commission's role in investigations.
Mhm.
It's just not clear. I respect, what Essie's been using the term opines to help us sort of get what the commission is about. But something more is needed to know what an opinion is.
Mm.
You know, is it a resolution? What is it? And is it a recommendation to the board? It's, you know, various kinds of things.
Yep.
Good point.
We have for each of the points, who finally approves something? Like on policies and regulations. It's sort of back and forth, somebody can recommend it. It doesn't even say that the town board approves it. Is it the town board? Do you want to be approving every little regulation and change in a regulation? Maybe you do.
Maybe we do, which is,
Maybe you do.
we're working on that.
The point is to be clear. This was in the old law, the phrase that the commission members will serve at the pleasure of.
Mhm.
Which took me back to the original issue, or to the original reinvention report, which was very concerned about the way that the previous police commission had been disposed of. They were just from one day to the next, that police commission was, without a thank you, at
No,
least
that's
according
not
to
right.
the minutes, dismissed, and the town board members took it over. The notion of sort of a commission that has some integrity, confidence, ability to move on issues, requires that they don't feel like they're at your beck and call. I think Edgar and I have been looking at the Kingston resolution on police commission. They use the term for cause. Now, that might be unclear.
That sounds
too,
a little,
but something that distinguishes between wanting to get rid of a commission member for, not showing up for meetings, or talking too much, or being abusive in meetings, right? That's what I would consider for cause, versus having an opinion that they insist on and want to be vocal about. And that takes us to another thing is, are there circumstances where the commission can take a position and let it be publicly known that it's at variance with what the town board says? For example, on a discipline issue, that the town sees itself as having to, keep somebody on board or fire somebody. But the commission feels that that's not the warranted situation, because we do allow them to review, even if we don't allow them to investigate, you are going to allow them to review investigations that are going on.
so we're not gonna answer your question.
No, I'm not,
Yeah,
I'm just.
just give us your list. Yeah, just, if you're gonna give us a written thing of that, so we have
And
all
the
your
next
list.
one is I think there should be something more in the law that talks about the requirements for the police department reporting and for the commission itself to report on its own activities and to post said information publicly available on the website.
So you're gonna give us a list of all these?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Thank you very much.
Just that one quick thing, you do know that when that former police commission was disbanded, it's because, you know why it was?
If I only know it from the minutes, this is our most important, service, it costs a lot, why are we letting somebody else get in the way?
Not
of
at all.
managing it? It's before your time.
No, it wasn't.
Well,
Mm-mm.
well, that's what's in the minutes.
It was because the town board determined that we had asked of that board something that's illegal.
No, I'm talking
A
about
different
something
one?
earlier. I'm talking-
Oh,
I'm
long
talking-
time ago, sorry.
Right, I thought, when you all, or your predecessors
I
made
see,
themselves
yes.
the police commission.
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
for me.
And that was
Sorry.
really sort of like, get out the middleman, and you're dealing with that issue again all over.
Right, at that time, it was the Citizens Advisory Committee, I think that.
Okay.
That's right, it was.
Okay,
It
okay.
wasn't the police.
Anyone else here for public input? No, you don't want to say anything? Oh, come
Not
on.
from the phone, but the chair.
All right.
Called the Citizens
So
Advisory.
all of these
We call it
people who
that.
want to go into
Oh, you- oh, you named it.
science.
Okay.
Are you feeling like, yes, this is what I want to do? How
Cool,
awesome.
excellent. They're gonna fix the world for us. All
Say,
right, okay.
want my seat?
Okay,
the
well, the
all-
next thing I had was the police commission stop data collection and posting. I don't know, Chief's not here, so did we need to have him? Was that his topic?
I thought he put out an email, and I'm
Mhm.
doing it from recollection, where.
He said he was doing
I
it.
But he
think
said he
we,
was going to
okay,
continue
I think we're getting
collecting the
there.
data, that he was gonna
Right.
post it. Maybe it was
Still happening.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, no, I think it had caught up. He had gone back and, did retro stuff and was
Alright.
putting it
So
together.
that's
so-
our recollection then, all of us.
Yeah.
but-
yeah,
It's not done.
we are
It is
not
happening.
getting those
No, I
reports.
know it's happening, yes.
Yeah,
But it hasn't been furnished to us.
It's on the website. They wanted it posted. That's what he started doing.
But is it caught up on the website, you're saying?
That's what he was saying, is that he had done it, the recent ones, and was going back and retro, catching up some of them, so.
Okay.
I didn't look, because
I didn't.
didn't have time. Okay,
I will look at that email
Okay.
more carefully
okay,
and can I communicate to him that's what he said, and we agree to that?
What's that? I don't
I
know.
want, I'll look at the email
okay.
from the police.
so where would they go?
It was an email that he sent. to
No, I
all-
know that, but where
On their
is it
website.
that you want to see that?
Website,
The police department website.
The police department website.
segment that says traffic stops. Traffic stop data.
And it's not publicly available now, so,
No,
I
it-
mean, you're not looking for.
Okay, wait, look, you
Oh.
just walked in.
Withdraw my questions.
Okay. So Matt, we just came to your part of the agenda. Police Commission stop data, collection and posting. Want to give us an update?
I posted, up to, I believe, August. I just was able to post some more today.
Very good.
So,
Thank you.
progress.
Thank you very much. Everybody will get to take a look at it and see what it looks like and if, whatever questions or what you get out of it. Okay,
So
Um,
it's from August forward, or
October.
it stopped in January 2024.
Correct, I've been able, over about the last month, I've been able to do from January to
Okay,
August.
but it's
So I still have
January.
September till through
Okay.
December of last year.
But the
now
intention is
it's
to go
January.
back to whatever it stopped in January and.
I already did that.
Hmm?
I already did that. I posted February, March, April. I'm up to August.
Oh, through
Working to
August,
present
okay,
day.
got it.
so 8 months of 24.
Right.
Okay,
So do you want to explain for our guests what this is?
no, I want to keep going. We got a long agenda.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to request a motion to approve the consent agenda. Okay, wait. It's only two things. It's the minutes, the placeholders for we did not get the escrows from the planning board, so those are out. So it just
You
be
have
for,
2 sets of minutes,
right,
right?
right.
Okay,
the 16th and the
So
18th.
moved.
Do I have a second?
that's good.
Okay. Just y'all, thank you for saying your name. Say your name.
Julie.
Okay,
Julie.
so that Rosanna's got it. Because it's hard to know who's doing what. Any discussion? On favor?
Aye.
Great. Okay, the next one on here would be the Police Commission, Chapter 34. So we got a lot of comments there that we'll have to digest, but we did send it out. It has red and yellow and maybe green. It's got all kinds of colors in it where we put in different parts. And I think Edgar's been giving it some more thought and maybe wants to put in some additional stuff, but we do need to kind of try to put it in some form of its addressing the points that we felt needed clarification or, changing, because we do want to have a chance to talk to the police commission themselves about it. And we were thinking our next meeting on February 20th might be an opportunity for that. Because we're not prepared to go to their meeting on Tuesday. This document's not ready to go to their meeting on Tuesday.
Time is an issue for tonight, and I needed to do an exercise with you. I thought that it's important that we discuss this. We have had exchange of information, emails, as you just indicated, and it's been very confusing, very hard to try and kind of process all that and react to it without violating, foreign laws. So I think we need to talk tonight. And my concern has been that we're looking at a law that became problematic the moment that we looked at it, and we've been tweaking it and turning it and trying to correct it. My thinking has been, and I mentioned it here before, that I started to think, what's the ideal police commission? And as I mentioned to the board, at one point, I thought it was so problematic that maybe the town board should go back to being the police commission, which is a surprising comment coming from me, given all the work that I've done historically. So I've been struggling with, in my mind, what's the ideal police commission now? It was fortunate that Tom Jelliff found the Kingston resolution on their police commission. And he sent it out and I sent it out, and I haven't heard anything from anyone, so what?
I'm not sure.
I haven't seen it.
No.
Can you, what date?
Yes.
No, that's not it at all. I mean, but I literally get
Here's-
pages of
here's the
emails.
email. This one
What's
is
the-
from him. And I
What was the
sent it out.
date?
This is January 17th.
Okay, I'll have to go look.
I've looked at everything.
Actually, so let me just pass this down.
What's the subject line?
Right.
Kingston
It's right there.
resolution.
I have a copy for you.
Okay.
You can just pass it on to the others.
So keeping in mind that when we look at this code, we also have to look at the collective bargaining unit, we have to look at the contracts, and we have to look at the state's town law about police commissions. So we have to keep those things in mind when we do this as well.
So
so-
what I
Background law is not the same as Kingston's.
No,
So what I have done here, in his original email, there's 2 sheets of paper that I took out, just to save a little bit on copying, which was the resolution with the signature from the Kingston. And then another document. You don't have those 2 pages, okay?
oh, I'm looking for them.
I'm
Okay,
saying,
all
you don't
right,
have that.
okay.
But
that's
what
you
you
took.
have now
Thank you.
on the second page, is their code. And you have my notes, right, that
Uh-huh.
I've Xerox.
Mhm.
Okay, and I've gone through this, I went through with Tom and I've gone through with other people, looking at it and trying to understand it, and we've also looked at our code also. So I wanted to,
I like some of the beginning of it.
there are a
all
lot
right.
of interesting things in
Mhm.
here that all I'm saying is, let's consider it, okay? And if you allow me, I like to go forward with it. If you notice the way that it's organized, it's first page, you have sections A and B.
Mhm. And see,
So B talks about publicly accessible, website with easy to find links at the city's main website for the police commission that clearly lists current members, president, the bylaws, makes available quarterly or annual reports. You get the point that the idea is that the police commission should have a website with information on it, and so that's the big idea
right.
there.
So we do have one, but it doesn't have the level
No, it
of
doesn't
thing.
have, right.
It just has their, yeah.
Right, and then there's a initiative that we looked at, some things are for the police commission, some things are in the police department has a website also, and that might need to be considered to some extent. And I'm gonna try and move you fast. I now go down to section 3C, letter C, like in cow. The first A and B, I don't worry too much about right now.
Are you talking about commission composition?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You know, it's kind of obvious that, little a, you know, what they reflect the. Shall be appointed, in this case, the mayor is involved with the appointment, we believe to, obviously, we have a different process. C is, you know, the appointment, process shall be transparent, careful, and deliberate, and we're working on that, we interview folks, et cetera, we get letters of interest. The next one, D talks about suggestions of a process to recruit. The letter E. I'm not that concerned about E, but what I would like to talk about is F.
I think he's good though.
Commission
Yeah.
members may be removed for cause as determined.
That's what.
In this case, it was by the mayor, but it would have to
Yeah.
probably be by the
So
board.
that's
And
actually
that's what
town
I'm
law.
supposed to, right?
It's actually in town law that the town board may by resolution abolish police commission or remove the designation of the supervisors, police, you know, so it's kind of there.
So then
Yeah.
we will take out the phrase that we had, the short phrase that said, the members, police commission members serve at the pleasure of the town board.
Well, it kind of means the same thing. This says
Right.
that. this
So I
might
noticed
come
that
up
Kitty
as-
in her proposal, and the yellow highlight that you had.
Yeah.
The yellow meant remove.
I don't remember.
Okay, so I've had problems also with the color coding.
No, I use strike through if I want to remove.
No,
So-
yellow was just highlight. I think yellow is where she put things in.
Yeah, yellow's where I put stuff in, so I use strike.
No,
through
no,
that
it
takes
was the actual phrase, that infamous phrase. The police commission can be, that serve at the pleasure of the town board.
Oh, that came from not me, and I know what you're talking about.
But you had a yellow highlight and I didn't understand whether you were deleting it or.
Maybe she had a question.
Or keeping it, or
Okay,
except, so that's part of the
have to
reason that we
find
have to
that.
have this kind of discussion, and we're
Well,
like, well, we can.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is, do you want to meld this
I think-
into
I
our?
think
Well,
we
I'm
need
gonna
to
do this
read
into
it.
Some of the concepts
Yeah,
that are
we
here.
just need to read it.
It's like
Comprehensive.
maybe we'll borrow.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Or look at how it's,
That's- I
so
understand.
this is great. I'm gonna be looking at it very carefully. So I think we all need time to do that.
Okay, so
I
you don't want to proceed now, but that's okay.
Yeah, yeah, because we
Okay.
have still a lot to do.
Get
Yeah.
brought
I
through it by
see
you. Yeah.
you'll see my
Your
notes
notes.
there.
Yeah,
But you know what it's missing?
what?
It's missing the passionate mission statement.
Well.
You worked on
Yes.
and that I've
Yes,
worked on.
and I have that, and actually I printed
Okay.
out your version, and we were gonna get to
Yeah,
that tonight.
We
but
definitely have to have the
I
mission
also
statement.
would like Essie to be present
Yeah,
for this, okay?
Oh, yeah, we're not done. This
So
is,
if
you're
we-
bringing us
so
something
then
very
we
new.
need to go forward as one of the exercises, is to look at this and then look, because Amanda, you have like one version out there, and Kitty has.
I put them all
Are
together.
your comments based on hers, or yours is separate?
no.
No, I put them together where she added something. I
compiled.
put it together. I
But-
compiled it.
Well, the first one was based on the meeting that we had here in public, right? And you went ahead and you tried to recall as best as you could. And you-
Yes, that's.
And you said, I didn't capture everything, so look at it.
Right.
Right.
Now Kitty has come back. and
Kitty
she
came
has
back with
been-
hers. Julie has some
Julie-
ideas. Yeah,
today
Julie
I
sent
think
some
I saw
stuff.
something from
Mhm.
Julie.
Mhm.
And Essie, I'm not sure what I've seen from, but I know that she has a lot of concern and
Right.
interest. So if we can, I feel good that we can have this conversation out loud, that the public can hear us and
Sure.
and think of some of it. And you will see, you'll see a circle and exclamation marks as to the ones that I'm maybe pushing for. Okay,
Okay.
so you actually have my thinking in these notes. If you need clarification, give me a call. Give me a call, my home number.
Well, let me just say that we have a 350-page
Yeah. Yeah, FEIS.
FEIS for the apartments that we are gonna have to start having public hearings on. And I have, I'm slogging my way through them. They are gonna be on our agenda in 2 weeks. So, I think we need to have a sort of division
Yeah,
of
of
labor
course,
here,
right.
which is, I would be so grateful if you would take your ideas and comments and maybe have Tom put these things together. And I'm gonna be going through this 350-page FEIS. I don't know if, I know Amanda has seen it.
I hear your
it's-
proposal, but your proposal is a continuation of the process that we had before. And I'm thinking, and I can go through this quickly on other occasions.
But saying it doesn't, I need to see the whole thing in a document, and I mean, I'm
Well,
happy to
so
have the
here's the way,
conversation.
what I'm trying to do here is, because all of us can, draft is a draft, and it's not getting us to where we need to be. I'm trying to have some kind of understanding of where we want to go on some of the issues and then write them up. Because if I write up everything that's here and we fundamentally disagree with them, then we're wasting a lot of people's time.
I think
So-
we have to look at it.
Okay,
You've
so-
read it, we haven't.
So yes,
Let us look at it.
Please study it.
Yeah.
I'll get a copy to Essie, Colby, and I can
Right.
clarify my
Okay,
second scribble here.
just
notes, et cetera.
don't be
Yeah.
disappointed if we don't all call you at once, because we do have some other things that are gonna be time critical real soon.
Don't forget, this thing has been on for 2 or 3 months now.
Yeah, but you know what, Edgar? We're gonna get something that's coming outside on top of us that's gonna be time critical, so we're gonna have to deal with that too. So we have we got a lot of big things to
Right,
do.
okay.
So
is
don't get
important.
disappointed or
And,
discouraged,
the
because we
new
doesn't mean,
housing, this new,
yeah.
The apartments, with 612 bedrooms. That's important.
So
too.
then let's make the commitment, at the next meeting on the 20th, let's ask 15 minutes on this.
Okay,
That sounds fair.
Okay?
fair.
Everyone will
And
have
I'll
read
go
it?
fast and get you through
Great.
it, and I just want to get your consensus of
But
thinking whether you're on board.
Just to look at it.
Yeah, first
Make
look
our
at it.
own.
Let us
Different
look at it, let us
like-
think our thoughts and say, I can see how this would work. This won't, this is,
And then
Yeah,
this way, the
whatever.
public hears what is it that we're thinking and processing, and then and they understand
Yeah.
the complexities that we're.
That's right.
Excellent.
That's right.
Okay.
okay,
To develop a new police commission law for our town
well,
code.
to have an updated one, yep.
Well, it becomes, maybe it's just semantics, but it becomes new.
We're not necessarily throwing out the baby with the
No,
bathwater.
no,
though,
not,
so-
that's
Okay,
something
okay.
baby.
New baby. All right, okay.
I apologize, I missed this. I did not.
I didn't see it
email.
either. I don't know, but yeah, I didn't either.
I mean, either.
So I sent that out also.
No, I mean,
Ah.
when you told me the date, I looked for it and now I see.
So
it.
that's his date. I think I have
January 17th.
Yeah.
around the same time.
Okay, well, thank you guys
I
for
think
doing
it's a
this
good-
and bringing it to us. It definitely, is some good stuff to look at. Clearly Kingston has looked at it and done what they're doing, and it'll be cool. Okay. The next thing I need to ask for is authorization to approve a tuition reimbursement for New Paltz Youth Program employee Sophie Gross in the amount of $4,800. Do I have a motion?
Second,
Julie.
Edgar.
Thank you. Discussion. The letter that we got from Jim Tinger on this is the last one that we will get from them. It's the end of her studies, and he also said it will be the last employee that they will ask for it for. So,
And this is for what period? The spring
Spring,
semester?
Sophie Garcia, is that her name?
no, Sophie Gross,
Gross, yeah. She's a counselor at the youth program.
right. And what she's taking, he gave us an idea of her courses and stuff directly, very, related, of course, to the work they do there. So that part's good. We are happy to support our employees. It just somehow this program got away from us a little bit. Okay, so end of discussion,
Aye.
voting, yep,
Aye.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. Okay, the next thing we have is,
Revise the Amanda, the agenda. Could I just have an idea of how much is left my daughter's asking? I mean,
so we have 13, 14, it's gonna go pretty quick.
Well, are we doing executive session? with
Yeah.
Matt? Hmm?
Yes. So,
She's that done.
oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, she's terrified. of it,
Oh,
so
oh,
I'm like,
do you need to go? I mean, we have a quorum. I hate for you to not be for the executive session. We could do that it's not,
Should we do the executive session?
Yeah, I
first?
think we
Probably
have to.
here for,
So what am I hearing, that we should go earlier to?
You can go to executive session
Yeah.
now.
Everything else was pretty straightforward.
And the reason. that-
Her daughter's
No,
bleeding.
no, the reason,
I wanna see if she needs.
no, the reason that we're going to session.
We're going into executive session for the purpose of work practices of certain employees, pending litigation and something else. Forgot what. So I need a motion.
So moved. That we go into executive
Second,
session
okay.
for those purposes.
All in favor? Aye. We're going into executive session at 9:37-ish. Okay, sorry, guys. Matt, would you like to join us? Can you get by?
I can't.
Don't fall down. Are you breathing okay? Yeah. breathing okay? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Rosanna? Oh.
She
Oh,
there?
Michael,
I'm here.
Wakey.
Michael, are you out there? Hi, thanks for rejoining us.
All right, we have to take that action.
Okay, so I need a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved, Kitty. You can-
Seconded, Amanda, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we take the following action to agree to the assignment of Phil Kraus to the first-year detective position at the current CBA starting salary or hourly rate effective February 11. Oh yeah, Rosanna, Julie left at what time? About 10 minutes ago? Something
I
like
think
that?
it's like 10:30.
Okay.
Okay,
Julie-
thank you.
Julie had to leave. Yep, she had to go home and take care of a family thing. All right, so now let's finish up this stuff, guys.
Oh, the warrant.
Yes, so we need to authorize, I need a motion to authorize the modification of the 2024 budget for cost overruns. Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion?
Did I put, this one? Yes.
Mhm.
I move that we authorize the modification of the 2024 adopted budget for cost overruns.
Second, Amanda, any discussion?
Just for the public, what's the change?
There's a whole list of them.
It's line by line, yeah.
That's line by line.
Yeah, it's a number of
Right.
modifications.
Town.
Okay, the deal about this is it's 2024. So these,
It's close out the.
it's closeout, right? So would any place that was over had to get money moved from some other place within its line function. Except for one case where the assessor had some extra money that went to the town clerk's department.
Was that attached to the? email?
It's in it. It's in it.
Yeah.
It's in it.
Page. Something or other.
There's no page number.
Page 3 maybe.
It's page
I got
3.
both of them, but okay, I'll
Okay.
sort this out.
You know, always need to check like a Tuesday, late Tuesday, because that's when
Yeah,
it,
that's what I printed the one online and then I printed
Okay.
the one that we post now.
okay,
And I think
did we say, did we agree, did we say all in favor?
Let me just take a quick glance, see. Okay,
All in favor?
I got it, okay, yes, thank you.
Good.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay.
There was nothing major in there.
Okay, authorization to approve signing the software access agreement allowing the county to purchase on behalf of the town of New Paltz for its non-exclusive use, a TCS software license and 1 year of hosting maintenance. This has to do with the clerk and something the county's doing about tracking all the,
This is
Yeah.
for our tax program.
it's for, sorry again, Rosanna, say again,
It's for our new tax program.
tax program, right?
And what item number is that?
It is this one under the budget, under the mods, the budget mods.
Okay.
Edgar, do you have a question? Wait, okay,
Oh, you first, I have something else.
okay.
It'll be a little fast.
Okay, I need someone to make, I move that we approve signing the software access agreement. Do I have a second?
Second, Kitty.
Any discussion about this item?
No,
On favor?
aye.
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 Aye, okay. We're gonna skip the liaison report. No, you want to?
So
Okay.
I want to show you. There's a big blank when I printed it out.
This?
Yes,
Oh.
Oh, that's weird.
that's all, I don't know. Yeah,
That's something about your printer.
that's why
Huh.
and everything else below it is there.
Huh, that's weird. Okay,
No.
This is from the website. This is the blast,
uh-huh.
because
Oh.
I print them out from our website, and then I print out whatever I get through the blast, the
Mhm.
notifications. to the
Oh.
public.
I don't know what to tell you. That's weird.
I usually don't miss stuff like that.
Okay.
Okay.
The liaison reports are all here with the bullets. Thank you guys very much for doing it that way. I will say that one thing I could add to, for you on the planning board, at the last meeting they had, they spent a fair amount of time reviewing the findings from the Village Planning Board on the FEIS and going through and starting to craft their own. Every involved agency can either accept those findings or
Right.
do their own. They are starting to do their own. And on their meeting, in their meeting on Monday, they will be working on it again. So they're doing
Okay.
that as they go through it. Frankly, I'm there and listening to, but their findings, we can then be, they're advisory to us.
Right.
So their findings are looking at things in a different way and saying, yes, this was, was it or was it mitigated? Is there sufficient support to safe for stuff like that? So they're looking at it that
So
way.
ENCB had a lot of comments that are in the FEIS, and I don't know if they realize that they now can go back and say,
If they're an involved
They are.
agency, they're not an
they're in
interested,
that list.
of involved, not interested.
Yeah,
Ah,
I think, anyway.
okay, well, anyway, well, they'll know.
I'll ask
Okay,
them.
all right. We will get to that. Okay.
So, so we're doing the liaison reports, correct? And we're not, SE is on here, but if he's not here, we're not reporting out on it.
She gave her bullets. If she had anything she needed to add to it, she'll have to do it at the next meeting.
And then you went on to, the planning board.
I just mentioned something for my liaison report. I just
The
want to
reason I
mention.
say this is because my personal situation this week, I missed 2 meetings.
Okay.
I missed the bike pedestrian meeting and the recreation committee.
Oh, okay.
I spoke to both chairs and I have a report from, Joanna Dempsey for the recreation committee, and I'm very, I like to comment. When you tell me when I can speak about her, the minutes I have, it shows that they're doing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And the public should know about that. They have a website now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
yes.
talked
That's
about
up
it.
and running. They discuss a fitness trail for the Field of Dreams. They having a craft noons activity for kids at the community center. Then the new recreation website, they have a team cooking class. I'm impressed by that. And there is they're hosting a chronic pain support group session. I think that's really great. And they have after-school programming starting this week at the center. Hannah Fox is teaching youth drama, and Amadou Diallo is teaching West African drumming.
Oh, that's a cool thing you can do on Sunday afternoons that adults can do, not
Yeah,
just
it
kids.
doesn't mention the time here.
It's Sunday afternoons, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So I just wanted to comment on the
Thank
work
you.
that they're doing for the meeting. I'll report out on the bike pedestrian once I read the minutes, which I think just came in, but I didn't get a chance to print
You
them.
can always do liaison reports at the next meeting too.
Okay.
You can pull it all together. Okay, we now, authorization to approve closing the public hearing for the senior citizens tax exemption. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Kitty.
Second,
Second.
Amanda. Oh, okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, we now have to approve the revision. So what happened was, we approved the higher exemption level in December, at our December 6th meeting. After that meeting, the resolution was all done. It was filed with county, as it should be. And when county looked at it, they said, you know what? The schedule that you put together, we want it revised. And so they sent what they felt would be the revision they want. So all we're doing now, we're not changing anything else. We already agreed to do it, that 50,000 was the, but now we're just adopting it with this revised schedule.
Codify.
It will go then get filed with county, but this is what they said. There was some little tweaky differences in here. They said, no, we want it like this. Like, okay, fine. You guys, county gets to tell us. So this is now the schedule is revised and we will now, I want a motion to approve this revision.
Second, or are you,
I'm asking for a motion.
is that item number 15?
Mhm. You can just approve the revision
Yes.
required by county. to
So
the-
moved.
Okay,
Subdivision A, section 127.
right. I seconded. Amanda, any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yay, okay. authorization to approve setting a public hearing on February 20th to add mercury minimization plan preliminary to the town codes. This is something that Chris got for us, that we need to do this thing. Okay, it has to do with sewer 6, right? And it should be in our code. It's to go in, so in the code, there's a section for sewer. This should be added to it. So do I have a motion to set the public hearing on February 20th for this?
Edgar.
Okay, second, Amanda. Any other discussion? No?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so Rosanna will get you all the information you need for that.
Okay.
Authorization to add Mirabito Holdings, Inc. to the prepay list. These guys supply diesel to our highway department.
So moved, Kitty.
Second, Edgar.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Request authorization to pay Whispering Pines Development pay app number 9 in the amount of $134,168.58 for the Henry W. Bike and Pedestrian Improvement Project. Whispering Pines is a construction company. They're finishing everything up. I mean, they've done their part. They're done.
This is not the final payment.
Maybe not. It is I don't know if it might be the final one to Whispering Pines. But
The
I don't know.
project is not complete.
Right,
but
there's
this-
still Creighton
right.
Manning, there's still maybe Alta, stuff like that, so, yeah. Okay, so we're having discussion. I move that we authorize this pay app number 9 in the amount of $134,168.58. You have a second?
Let's go.
Edgar seconds. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Authorization, okay. Authorization to approve the reappointment of Jim DeLon as a member of the Community Preservation Fund Advisory Board for that's not right. I thought they had 7-year terms.
Well, let's do the 3 years and then if it's,
No, they're required to have certain.
oh,
Rosanna, I thought the Community Preservation Fund was 7-year term.
They have staggered terms. Just give me a minute and I will check on that.
I know you sent it out earlier today. Yeah, let's not.
did we do the consent agenda?
Yes.
It's just
Mhm.
minutes.
Mhm,
Did we do that?
mhm.
Okay.
Bye, Matt. You sent it to us in some email earlier today, Rosanna.
That didn't include his term. Just give me
It did.
one.
You were- I thought it did. Sorry. Sorry, lady. It used to be 11 friggin' o'clock.
Hot and stuff.
Nobody else had to go to work today. Chris was out there. You were out there pretty early this morning, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
this week's been bad. Yeah.
Yeah, next week it's gonna be
Oh, don't say that. When's it supposed to snow again? On Sunday or something?
Sunday.
Sunday,
Mm.
Tuesday and Thursday.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, you're gonna have to bring your computer home.
It doesn't happen. My personal computer is not my email. It's not my supervisor account.
Jim has a 4-year term.
4.
Yes.
What did
They're all-
Ingrid? didn't-
Ingrid had to, so there's a 1-year term, a 2-year term, a 3-year term, a 4-year term, a 5-year term, a 6-year term, and a 7-year term. And Jim was assigned to the 4-year term.
4 years. Okay,
Yeah.
thank. So we'll make sure we get that right there. Well, you're obviously
Yep.
gonna get it. Okay. Okay, let's see. Did somebody move that? Did somebody move that?
I move that we appoint Jim DeLone to the Community Preservation Fund for a 4-year term expiring December 31st, 2028.
No, it won't be 28.
29. 29.
Edgar second.
It'll be 28. That's 4 years.
Oh,
25 is considered 1 year, 26, 27.
Oh,
28.
right.
Okay, because it said 28 before for a 3-year. Okay, all right, we got it. Okay, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, we're done. Did anybody?
Rosanna, did we skip anything?
Yeah, please let us know if we missed anything.
I don't think so. I think you got everything.
We have to do this MOU.
Oh, yeah, do. Yes, we do, right here. Oh, shooty. Okay. So the only thing we really, so first of all, do we want to sign a non-binding memorandum of understanding that we are interested in being in the CCA and finding out what they end up with from their RFPs? Do we want to sign an MOU?
We've been doing this for
Yes, we have.
years,
Yes, we
so
have.
yes.
It doesn't bind us, so why not?
Right.
Now, the thing we have to choose is, do we want 100% New York State renewable energy, which will have the highest price? Or do we want the 50% New York State renewable, outside New York State, also renewable for a somewhat lower price? Those are our two options.
We've done the 50%.
Last year, or last time they did it, it was 50%, and I misunderstood and thought it was 50% green, 50% ick. But it turns out it's green, it's just not New York State green.
Right.
So, and the reason New York State is that kind of picky about it is because they want the money to support more and more development of green in New York State. But right now, it hurts a little bit our citizens because they would pay a higher amount. Then they might opt out because they say, oh, it's too high. And then they get less money anyway. So I think that's why people are going for the 50%.
Let's go for the
So we
50%.
picked, we picked the option.
Mhm.
Yes.
Mm.
And it is
50 or,
50 or 100.
50?
So,
for the parking book, yes. 50.
yeah. So what they're saying is that the 100% could be as much as 12.5 cents a kilowatt hour, and the blended one would be 11.9. So, it doesn't sound like a lot, but if you use a lot of kilowatts, it
Right.
does make a difference. So, and people, so this will be the default. Anyone who wants to do different can choose. They can choose 100% green if they
Right.
want. They can choose, no, I want the Central Hudson nasty, stupid, the brown stuff. I shouldn't say that. So, it's not like people, but you will automatically have this and you have to take an action to change it.
So under this plan, everyone is in the town of New Paltz is opted into it.
Right.
And then they have to take an active motion to opt out.
We should send out a little press release. on
No,
that.
they're gonna
Oh,
do
they'll
that,
do
yeah.
that.
They
Okay.
said as soon as they have something, they're sending the letters out. So
What-
everyone in New Paltz is in it who's a Central Hudson's,
Subscriber.
yeah, client, customer. But if you've already picked your own ESCO
Mhm.
somewhere else and you're not taking Central Hudson's supply, you're not automatically in it. You have to ask to be in it.
Oh, I better find out. Yeah, because I am signed up with a different one. So-
So you can still get in it. You just won't be automatically sent the letter. You'll have to
Okay.
ask, okay? Okay, is that, you understand that part?
Okay,
No,
so
Edgar, is that, do
we
you,
make the motion.
wait, do you have any more questions, Edgar?
No. Sorry, I went
Sorry.
off someplace else.
I know, you were like, ooh.
I think I got it.
So do we want to sign for the 50%?
And I told Kitty the pocketbook.
Yeah. Anybody who's feeling like, I support green, New York green, I will pay more money just to do it, they can do it, they can do it. Okay,
Oh, they have a choice then too?
Well, you can pay more if you go to the 100%. Anybody who's,
Well, right now,
we're
we're
all-
giving, the only option is the 50/50.
no, it's
No.
the default.
the default is 50%. If people are
Want.
so committed to green energy that they want to pay a little bit more,
They
And you
can,
have the
they
option.
can go to the
Right.
100%.
right.
Oh, I thank you for clarifying that.
Okay.
Yeah. They can really do three things. They can just stay with Central Hudson and pay whatever, and the rate goes, or they can go with one of these, and we don't know for sure we'll get fixed rate, but in the past we have. And they will automatically be in the middle one, the 50% one, but they can go, more green or less green, they can do it.
So this question is after the fact.
Yeah.
When the presentation was being made, I was trying to remember what happened to the previous vendor. Right?
There was that other guy that did
Yeah,
those.
And just for the sake of the public, because I have been asked and I don't remember the story exactly.
I can't remember.
What happened was during the Ukraine thing, when all the utilities, went sky high, when Putin invaded Ukraine, it totally disrupted the supply chain over in Europe, and everybody was, all the suppliers was going to send coal and oil and all this stuff over there, and so it went sky high. And that guy, that company that had agreed for 3 years to keep us at this low rate
Right.
went, we're losing millions of dollars. They pulled out of the contract.
Oh, okay.
And then they went and found another one.
So then people were forced to, were, by default, went back to Central Hudson once they pulled out?
They, so it blew the contract. So yeah, it did do that. And then I think that's when I went and found another ESCO on myself. I mean, you can do that.
Thank you for that explanation.
Yeah.
Now I can account for it better.
Okay.
Fine.
All right. Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Did we approve that?
You
Okay.
haven't,
We didn't. Okay. Do I have a motion to sign the memorandum of understanding with the default product option being the blended electricity product? Do I have a motion? I move.
I second.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Yes, in favor.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Rosanna, for keeping us straight.
Don't have to come back for an emergency.
No, where we forgot to approve the
We did-
$20 million
Did we do the,
warrant.
oh, we don't have the warrant yet. That's-
No, the warrant will
Okay.
be at the last one.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Motion to-
Do I have a motion to
right back?
adjourn?
Yes, second, aye.
Right,
I
on
second.
favor? Okay, thank you. Everybody seconded, everybody approved, everybody moved it, everybody seconded, and everybody approved it. How's that? Okay, I think we're done. Okay, I'm gonna stop the recording. And I'm going to